Yeah! That, of course, is the theme from Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. An all-timer for sure. Alrighty, well... Hello, everyone, and welcome to my cyber haven. Yes. Didn't see y'all yesterday. My apologies. The day kind of got away from me, but it was not unproductive. It was actually quite productive. I did the first of the did the editing for the first of the videos of going through Mum's collection. So box number 1 is complete. I might add a couple little additional things there, but for the most part, it's complete. And it only crashed Vegas about 10 times over the course of it. Yeah, I think I need to download some more RAM for the computer because that's the only thing I can think of that could be causing those crashes. Is that just when they get to be too many edits, it just gets too bogged down and kind of just shits the bed a lot. So yeah, we're gonna look into that. It was getting to the point where I almost felt like just ripping the RAM out of this computer and putting it into the other one just for the duration of editing, and then putting the RAM back in the other computer when I wanted to do gaming. And it's yeah, no, we can't do that. That's not a solution. That's just another layer of pain in the assery. So yeah, I'm gonna double check and see what kind of sticks these things take, and then just load them up. I think I can put 4 64 gig sticks in there, which should be just barely enough to scrape by. But we're going to have to wait until more money comes in, because that's just not in the budget right now. So, cheers! I just got a pot of coffee brewing, and I thought we'd kind of get organized here. Organized. Put the... Oh, hello, Black Metal Werewolf. What a cutesy little icon there. Thank you very much. So, let me see here. I need to make room for some of the other Doctor Who stuff. What all do we have here? We just got an ocean of remote controls. Yeah, I was thinking, I actually do have like a box of these, like the little hanging hooks that would work quite nicely, just hanging something off the rack here. I was thinking maybe like a little hanging basket, just something simple, probably from the dollar store, and have that for the remotes. I can just kind of put them there, and I just take out the one I need, push the buttons, put it back in, and it's not on the desk. You know, it's not taking up desk space, which is kind of at a premium when you have it set up to run 3 computers. More Kleenex. God, how many snot rags do I have? Like, just... Sorry. Alright. Let's figure things out here, shall we? Put a little light on the subject. Hi. So anyway, I did the editing yesterday. It took longer than I expected because I'm doing... I could have just slapped titles on it and called it a day, but, you know, this is me we're talking about. I don't like to half-ass anything. No, I like to whole-ass everything. Like, ass plus, deluxe ass, extra ass on top. So, so what I was doing is doing like a digital zoom. Whenever I'd hold something up, I do just a digital... like cutaways, not like a zoom. That would have driven you mad. No, just a cutaway to zoom in on whatever it was. And I was a little concerned is that going to look all pixelated and shit? But no, it actually looks okay. It looks a little softer when you get to the zoomed in shots. But otherwise looks fine. If you watch it in 1080p, it'll look perfect. You won't notice any difference at all. If you watch it in 4K though, even then you're probably not going to really notice, but if you watch it on a 4K, like a big 4K screen, like an 80-incher, 80-inch beast or bigger, then you'll probably notice a little bit. But I looked at it on the 55-inch and it looked fine. No complaints. And it's not like this is going into a film festival or anything. I mean, it's just an unboxing video. I'm already going above and beyond what is normally expected of an unboxing video. So, and then on top of that, there were a few little instances where I mentioned other movies or related movies. So I would throw up a movie poster, or, it's like, I wonder if this one's on Blu-ray. So I'd look it up, find out it's on Blu-ray, toss up a picture of the Blu-ray set. Just for the sake of having more information, and also kind of nipping in the bud people leaving comments. Where it's like, that's on Blu-ray, It's like, yeah, I know. I found it. So, anyway, that sort of thing. So, yeah. So anyway, did that. Took a few hours to piece it all together, but it looked really good. I was actually really happy with it. So, huzzah! Let's see. So anyway, we don't have the hanging basket for now, so I don't really have anywhere to put them either, so I don't know. We'll figure something out. But just got like random crumbs and shit on the desk here. Also thinking, I need to find a place for all these Hallmark ornaments that Jet Blast sent us. We don't have room in our Christmas box, so I was actually thinking of just starting another box and having it specifically for the Hallmark keepsake ornaments, which I think would be cool. I have a cardboard box, actually one of the ones we used for Mom's stuff, that is currently empty. So I might put them in there. But I have to find all the other ones too. So that's another project for another time. I also need to extricate some things from the table over there in the horror section. Let me just move you guys over here and you can get a better look at what's going on here. Ooh, going for a ride. Come with me. It's a fantasy. Alright, there we go. Well, yeah, that should be fine for now. And you found the coffin set, eh? Well, I mean, to be fair, it's not hard to find. It's pretty widely available. But, yes, that's a great set. Hello.
I have to pee.
Okay. I'm sure listening to the trickling rain really helped. And Rosie's home. Where are you? And Rosie's home. All right. Rose made some delicious pesto chicken. And, you can't really see too well, but it is delicious. I've been kind of nibbling at it all night. So it's basically pesto chicken with chow mein noodles and bok choy. So you cook up the noodles, make the chicken, throw in the bok choy at the end, chop it up obviously, and and then some cashews for a little bit of extra crunch. And it's very nummy. She made it a few times for us. But see, I like it because it means I don't have to cook that night.
Meow.
I'm going to sit back and enjoy food appearing magically in front of me. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Camera's there.
Hello. What you doing?
Streaming.
Cool.
What are you doing? Well, I mean, you just got home. What are you going to be doing?
Having more stir fry.
Okay, well, enjoy. I left at least 3 nibbles of chicken for you.
Thanks. Well, I had a secret portion stashed in the back.
Oh.
I was going to give it to a friend of mine, but he didn't want any, so.
Perfect. More for you.
Well, he wanted some later when he got hungry and forgot that he didn't make dinner.
Oh, well.
But sucks for him.
Sucks for him.
So it's mine now.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been stocking up and being a little smarter about the food situation. Got a lot of non-perishable stuff in the cupboards. Some tuna and Chef Boyardee, stuff like that. Cut up a pork loin, made some pork chops, made a slow cooker stew, of which there's like 1 portion left. I'll probably have that later. And put some pork chops in the freezer for another time. Stocked up on bread. The dollar store got bread again, so got cereal. And yeah, just generally, because I don't want us to be in a situation like we were the other month. What was it, last month? Where it was the first 2 weeks of the month when we were just starving to death because rent basically just sucked up all our money. Because that sucks. I'm just going to mix my coffee and then we'll see about pulling out the stuff I need to pull out from the area there. Sweetie. Oh,
Walk.
walk. Thanks for getting all the stuff today.
No problem.
I saw the potatoes and the oignons.
Yes.
Good. Doing the fried potatoes and then putting some onions in them. stage plays. Build teamwork. So it's like they're both the guardians of the city and like the biggest celebrities in the city. So it's kind of, I don't know why that's always a theme. Like I see that in a lot of anime, where like they'll be the protectors, but they'll also be like a rock band or something. You know, like this always seems to be a recurring.
Ridiculous secret identities type thing.
Well, it's not even secret identities. Like they know who they are. It's just they are also a band, or in this case, they are also a theater troupe that does like plays and stuff. So, but yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Things are getting really intense as we near the finale. Sorry, Rosie and I just swapping anime war stories. Ah, delicious. Maybe one more sip. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Okay, so I've cleared off a little space there for the things I need to pull out. I just gotta figure out how to get into them. Am I able to? Not really. Well, are they all like on the bottom? Hold on. God damn it. Dropping stuff all over the place. Okay. Hey, Cook. What's Grandpa doing? What's Grandpa doing? Books. What books are they? Well, I guess if we get to that part of the updates, you'll find out. Excuse me. Got some novels and some comics and some more novels and some more comics. There's a lot of novels and comics in Doctor Who. Over here, I think. Here we go. Oh, wow, chat's just dead tonight. Well, that's okay. That actually means I can potentially get more work done. But I think first, I need a sandwich. So I'm going to make a bologna sandwich. Bologna! Sandwich. Yeah. What you doing there, Trick? Having a munch? Oh. You may catch glimpses of Church tonight, who is wearing his brand new cone of shame. As you know, he's been having some issues with excessive licking and picking at his owies and not letting them heal. So we put him in one that's it looks like a pumpkin. I'm sure you'll see him a couple times over the course of tonight. So he's just hiding in the shadows over there right now. you're not licking anything. You're just licking the collar. What are you doing? Are you just licking to lick? Weirdo. Stop licking the collar. What are you doing? It's not food. It's just your collar. So you do it to quiet the licking, and now he's licking the thing, and it's like 10 times louder. Drive me nuts, cat. Church, knock it off. You're not accomplishing anything. Knock it off. Stop it. Stop it. That's enough. You don't need to lick the collar. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything either. What are you doing? It's not food. You're not accomplishing anything. You're not licking yourself. You're licking the collar. That does nothing. Stop it. Stop it. It's enough. Come. There you go. There you go. Cute, but you're kind of a dumbass, Church. Get a little more light on the subject, shall we? There we go. There we go. Bologna sandwich. Sadly, no cheese left because someone ate all the cheese slices. Picked up a bunch of Korean and Japanese game art books. Oh, that's cool. So like concept drawings and stuff like that. That's cool. Some of those can be really neat because they give you quite an insight into the creative process of putting all that stuff together, you know? Ooh, Little Nightmares. That'll be interesting. That's some really cool designs for both the environments and the like the monsters and stuff. Which Zelda was it? Just saying it's from Zelda doesn't tell us much. There's a few of those. 2 or 3, I think. Yeah. Yeah. That's nice.
Gotta love the mom and pop places. There was a used bookstore like that here in town that I really liked visiting because they had quite a lot of sci-fi books and stuff. Yes, welcome to Cyber World, Colatin.
Love you.
Love you too. And this will be changed to the white light once we spin it around for filming. I pulled all the Doctor Who books off the table there. They were kind of buried. For general mood lighting. I mean, that was absolutely one of the intended purposes. Hey, doodly conduct in the house. Accompanied by Art the Clown. Yeah, I wanted something that was multi-purpose, right? Ad just came on. Didn't you just get here? Alright, well, enjoy the ads. Hope it's a good one. Oh, I know that eyeball from something. Yeah, I don't know. The name of the emote gives no clues. That's something we should look at doing. More creepy emotes. I'm just thinking, I mean, it could be from anything. Movie. 90s industrial music video. You know? Hey! More art. I just got the Art Attack collection from Umbrella Entertainment, which has all 3 Terrifier movies and All Hallows Eve, all in 4K, and buttloads of extras. My God, Church, stop licking your damn collar! Like you're not accomplishing anything. Not getting through to that little tiny peanut-sized brain. So a lot were used books, a little bit of damage here and there, which doesn't bother me. Yeah, it doesn't really bother me either. You know, especially if it's something rare or cool. I don't mind if it's, you know, been a little bit loved beforehand. Years ago, that same expo, somebody tried to steal a $35,000 comic from a vendor. A group of random people tackled them. Yeah, good. Yeah. Don't underestimate the solidarity of comic fans. We may bitch and moan and argue a lot, but when it comes right down to it, that kind of shit we don't put up with. What are you doing? You can hear his tail going bap, 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 bap. Church, knock it off. I'm going to put cayenne pepper all over that collar. I wouldn't do that. But, playing a ton of Dead by Daylight. Gotcha. I have a pinball game called Pinball M, and it's all tables based on horror franchises. And they have, one of them is a Dead by Daylight table. You can play a variety of characters on it. It's pretty cool. On IG, I discovered a trailer for what seems to be another no-budget 80s horror film. I had no idea what it was, but I'm sure it's something you picked up in your hundreds of recent acquisitions. Really, you should find out what it is, and I'll tell you if I have it, and if I do, maybe we'll watch it. It's not one that we watched, I'm guessing, or you would have recognized it. a loaf over there now. I don't know if you guys can, I don't think you can see him. Oh no, you can just barely see him under the music stand, sitting there, his little pumpkin collar. Yeah, that's another thing. I want to get through all these non-horror updates so we can get into the horror updates, of which there are many. The game is a hard sell if you haven't already invested in it before, basically paying for a full-fledged Elite Edition to get all the characters unlocked. I've played it since 2018. Pinhead's license ran out too, so he's out on April 4th. I hate that limited license shit. In the days of buying a video game based on a horror movie that came on a cartridge for a system like, say, the NES or something, that was never a problem. They only needed to get the license for as far as the release of the game and the amount of time they'd be selling it. I.e., as soon as the game is out there in the ether, you can play that game with that character forever. That's my one big beef with online games and subscription-based games is once a license runs out or the game loses popularity, they just shut everything down or whatever. Oh, I see. So it's like it's kind of like a Fortnite situation, I guess, where they get the limited license to offer the skins of the, famous characters. But once they're gone, they're gone. But in this case, if you own it, you can still play it. That's good. That's good. So they just can't sell them anymore, I guess. Thank goodness. That's a little more fair. That's at least better than some other situations I've heard of. Like, I'm sure you heard a few years back what happened with Pinball Arcade. Remember Pinball Arcade? Where it had all these amazing, famous tables from throughout the entire history of pinball, from all different manufacturers, all licensed, all official. But it kind of went the route of Netflix, where it's like, it started with everybody had all their stuff on Netflix, and then it was like, oh, wait a minute, why don't we just do our own streaming service? We don't want some of the money, we want all the money. That's what fucking happened with Pinball Arcade. All of the companies, except for one, maybe two, said, oh, well, we just want to do our own. And now, and in that case, even the people who bought the tables can no longer play them. They're gone. Taken from their libraries. Fucking bullshit, man. That was just awful. It was literally the greatest pinball game ever made, because it was like you played... You're playing these famous tables. You can just play through the entire history of pinball, the big, famous, significant tables that shaped that entire legacy. It was all right there. Stoudman had the whole set. He had all of them. Loved it. And then you look at it now. I mean, you can still get what they still have available, but it's tiny compared to what it used to be. Now, a few of them did come out with their own. I think Stern put out their own. Maybe Gottlieb. I can't remember. There was a couple of them that did their own through Pinball Arcade, but it was a separate interface now. It wasn't the centralized interface, and you had to repurchase all the fucking tables. And then but the thing is, the library, even in its broken up form like that, has never come close to what it was when it was originally coming out. It's just it's a shadow of its former self. And a lot of the tables that were available for that, you just can't get anywhere anymore. Some of them came out on Zen Pinball and Pinball FX, I think. One of the Pinball FX3, I think, got relicensed, and they did sort of deluxe versions of them, but it's just not the same. Hallucinations from 1986. Okay, that does not ring a bell. I don't think I have that one, but I'm sure I can find it. Ugh.
let me write this down, and I'll put it in my file of links for the stream, so it's something I will constantly be referring to and see. Hallucinations, 1986. There it is. So I've got it noted in a place where I won't lose it, because it is something I refer to all the time. I did see that, yeah, the Peter Dinklage one, and those who have seen it say it's great. A lot of fun. So I just think it's hilarious they got Peter Dinklage of all time, who I've always considered kind of a, higher end actor, but oh, you had a chance? Oh, dude, that must have been disappointing. Well, I mean, sometimes circumstances are beyond your control. If you just weren't able to go through no fault of your own, then that's fine. But if it was your fault, then dumbass. Well before any pictures and posters. Yeah, I remember it was kind of enshrouded in mystery for a long time, and then it was just like sitting there in unreleased limbo forever. And people were afraid it was going to go the way of the tax write-off, like so many Warner films have in recent years. But thankfully, it's coming out. Good old Toxic Avenger. I think, what was it, Alex? You remember Kit? Good old Stickam days. He actually played Toxie in a trauma event, like in some kind of live stream or something. He actually was Toxie in that, apparently. They dressed him up and did the makeup and everything, so that was pretty cool. Where's the licking? Oh my God, Church, you're not supposed to be able to scratch your head. No, stop that. Stop it. Stop it. Let us scratch. Because you scratch too hard. You scratch too hard, buddy, and you give yourself owies. Yeah, there you go. See? I help you. Yeah. Is that good? Supposed to be getting your owies better, not scratching them. What are you doing? You can't scratch. You can't do that. Stop it. Psst. Hey, knock it off. Licking and trying to chew on the collar. I know it's frustrating, but you just gotta tough it out for a few days, buddy, okay? And we're gonna help you get all better. Alright? Sorry, just trying to reason with the cat with logic. Because that works, right? Ken Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul. That's Rosie really likes that one, actually. I think she went as Ken Kaneki for Halloween a couple years ago. Didn't think it would work out, but they made his character viable and the story worked great as well. Well, there you go. Sometimes you get surprised. Of course, they were sleeping when I started, and now, well, that's fine. As long as he doesn't like go into like trying to lick his collar for 20 minutes. So, yeah. And now Eclipse is licking. Anyway, edited the first of the going through Mum's boxes video. Turned out quite nice. But it really taxed the system, even this beast, mainly I think due to lack of memory. It started to chug a bit when I got later in the edit, and there were an abundance of edits by that point, and overlays and stuff, so yeah, definitely got to look into getting some more memory for this thing. So, very cool. Hey, greetings, Solid Snake, over on the YouTubes. Just gonna wait for the cats to stop fidgeting. I think I will get a granola bar as well. Those are good for dessert. Dollar stores started carrying a whole variety of granola bars, including like Nature Valley and stuff like that. So the good stuff. Yeah. So this one is Nature Valley Crunchy. Yeah, you can see that really well. Maple and brown sugar. They've also got chewy ones. So whenever I go over there, I try to pick up a few boxes. Or if, you know, I send Rose out shopping. Where are you going? Church, there's no room for you up there. It's a granola bar. You wouldn't like it. I don't think you would like it. You want to smell? Here, smell. Here, let me angle this a bit so you can see them better. There's the boy. How you doing? That's Church, our shadow floof. He's in a little pumpkin collar because he was scratching himself too much, so. It's slightly less humiliating than the cone of shame. But main thing is it allows him to eat from the cat food, the automatic feeder. A cone would have made it literally impossible. So, we don't want to starve you. We just want to help your ollies. You're really interested in this granola bar, huh? He's always curious about what I'm eating because sometimes it's stuff he does like, and if he's good, he gets some. But I don't know if this stuff, if you can even eat this, it might not be good for you. When I make a tuna sandwich, though, I always make sure to give him some tuna. Not sure reading more of the trailer post. This movie is streaming on a site. We'll post a screen record in the mod channel. Alright, I will check that out. Well, you seem really hyped about this one. I look forward to seeing it. Another, I'm assuming another shot on video, or? I've been watching a lot of no-budget shot on video movies on Discord over the past few months. Really fun genre. Don't you start now, Eclipse. All I hear is lick, 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 lick. Excellent. I love shot on video. I've still got tons we haven't watched too. It's a far more expansive genre than I was anticipating.
with a cunt hair of room to spare. Like in your screen record limit or something. Or file size limit. What you doing, Church? What you doing? Hold on. Oh, this looks amazing already. This almost reminds me, like I'm getting a similar vibe to Things. Remember Things? I'm just looking at the visuals, obviously I'm not listening to the audio here, but it's on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, Samsung TV, and Discord TV? Is that a thing? Basically just everywhere. Wait a minute, Eternal Family. That sounds familiar. I think I'm thinking of something similar, similarly titled. It's like an analog horror YouTube thing. Cool. Well, that's definitely. Oh, the description's below the video. All right, hold on a sec. Let's see. We got. Alright, here we go. The film is an exploitation journey through the mind, en route to a lesson in the macabre. Horror has many forms, many shapes, and many hiding places. I'm trying to read. I have to lean around church. As three brothers of different backgrounds, of different frames of mind, grow apart, their fears grow rabid and real. Will the terror ever stop? Directed by Todd Michael Smith, presented with MVD and SRS Cinema. Oh, MVD and SRS. Wow. I don't know what those things mean, but yeah, cool. And go back over here. You're a better door than a window, buddy. What you doing? You zoning? Just leaning forward. You're gonna fall off the table. Alright. Ugh. There's food here, buddy, if you're hungry. Just scoop that a little forward for you. Freshen up your water too. There you go, kitties. Nice fresh water for you. And I made sure not to just give you the first couple of feet. You got the stuff that's like a mile away. You got the good stuff. Hey, greetings, Hunter. Doom Patrol or Goon Patrol? I'm not overly familiar with either. Just noticed Church there, sitting with his snazzy pumpkin collar. You can tell how much he loves it. He just looks so happy, doesn't he? And not that he wants to kill us all. Someone just asked me why they haven't gotten a game system yet with Smell-O-Vision. Ugh.
Don't we have enough problems with trolls as it is? We got to give them that capability too. Solid Snake says, "What's your opinion on the Resident Evil games? I remember played the original. I was 7 years old. First zombie scene was iconic and scared the crap out of me. I remember the first time I saw any of the Resident Evil games was the first one, playing on a PS1 at the bar of a setup on a little TV at the bar in the back of a goth club that I used to frequent. So I went in. I was kind of early, and it was just the bartender and I guess one of his buddies who were checking out this game, and I'd never seen it before, and I was like, wow, this looks really cool. So I just watched them play for a little bit, and then years later, I actually got to play the first 3 on the PlayStation 2. A friend of mine had the actual PS1 discs, so I finally got to play them. I did play a couple of the PS2 ones. I never played Resident Evil 4, funny enough, one of the ones everybody raves about. But I played the first 3, didn't finish any of them. Just got stuck after a certain point or disinterested. And then on the PS2, I played Code Veronica X, got fairly far in that, and then just never finished it, drifted away from it. And Dead Aim. I did finish Dead Aim, but to be fair, Dead Aim is a much shorter and much easier Resident Evil game. And then I played the demo for Resident Evil 5. You can find that on my YouTube. Was not impressed. Hated it. But this was also around the time that Dead Space came out. So for me, the old school tank controls of Resident Evil were outdated, and I just found them frustrating. I also felt like a lot of the early games relied on really cheap tactics to try to scare you, i.e. locking you in a cinematic with a zombie advancing on you and not letting you out of the cinematic to actually shoot the damn thing until it was like almost right up in your face. And it's like, okay, that's not scary, that's just annoying. So I kind of drifted away from the franchise for a while because I was disenfranchised with the franchise until Resident Evil 7 came out and kind of reinvented things. And I absolutely loved Resident Evil 7, the Biohazard one. Brilliant, great game. And then Village came out. Loved that one. Brilliant, great game. But also very different from the others because they're first person rather than third person. But I like that. So I'm back in. I haven't played the remakes of 2, 3, and 4. I have them, but I have not played them yet. So. And good morning, Thomas. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 for GameCube. Nice. Have you ever played any Silent Hill games? Dude, you're on my YouTube right now. You can just search. You can search my page. But the short version is yes. I have played the first 2. I finished the first one for the first time, actually as a YouTube playthrough. You can find that on my YouTube. I don't have I played the second one a couple of times on the PS2. Loved it. I don't have any playthroughs of it recorded, though. That was just for myself. But the remake coming out for Silent Hill 2 looks pretty amazing, and apparently there's also a movie in the works that is also based on Silent Hill 2, and it's from the director of the first Silent Hill movie. So, looking forward to that. So, but yeah, Silent Hill is great. I'd like to play the others. Oh, I did do one of the recent ones, Silent Hill, the short message or whatever it was. It was just it was about an hour and a half long. You can find that on my YouTube lives, but I'm going to chop it up into episodes, probably for this Halloween coming up. So, Black Metal World said, I had the Resident Evil chainsaw controller for the GameCube, and an ex-friend stole it. Oh, well. I can see why they are an ex-friend. It's like, well, hope the chainsaw was worth it, you jerk. Well, you'll get no argument from me there, Solid Snake. You know, I hope you know how much I love the Dead Space franchise. When we get these updates wrangled, part of my incentive to do so is I got to get back to playing the remake. We still haven't finished it. We're on chapter 10 of 12. We're like so close. Well, so close in the main story, but there's also a lot of backtracking I still need to do because there's a lot of areas in the Ishimura that I haven't unlocked yet. You know, doors that you need certain things to get into and stuff like that. So I'd like to, before we leave the Ishimura, I'd like to go back and do a sweep through the ship and find all the stuff that we haven't found yet. That's probably going to take a million years, but we're going to take a nice leisurely time with it. And I'll just, I don't know. In the YouTube version, I'll just piece together all the highlights of that, because I don't think we need to have every single second of that journey in the video version. Alright, well, got all the stuff we need here. So, let me just go have a quick after sandwich and granola bar smoke, and then we'll get to some filming. And for those of you who were privy to the missing... Oh, Church is watching the stream on the screen. Hi, Church. Hi. How you doing? Hi. See me in the corner. What you doing? Are you watching? My first playthrough of Dead Space 2, yes. And that's one I'd like to replay on PC, so we can actually play it in better quality. Because I think all of my playthroughs of that on YouTube are technically standard def. Now we can play it in 4K. So, yeah. Should be cool. Alright, I'll be back. What you doing, Church? Just hanging out? That's okay. I don't mind. Maybe Church will entertain you guys while I'm gone. No, he's about to... You're still able to scratch in certain places. Yeah. You can go over or under. No, 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 no. No, Church. Psst. No, no, no. Pulling at the screen, yeah, if you see the camera suddenly die, you may know why. Yeah, you don't do that. You can jump over it or you can go under it, but you don't pull on it, okay? Alright. Have I played Alien Isolation? Dude, guys, search my channel. I did a massive playthrough of Alien Isolation. It's fantastic. Loved it.
What you doing? You just zoning? What are you doing? Oh. What you doing? Yeah. Aw, you see that? Just like leans right in. Yeah. Yeah. Such a good boy. I'll give you scritches. There we go. Is that good? Yeah. You have the little tongue going. Yeah, I know. The tongue starts going when he gets the good scritches. Doesn't it? Yeah. And just being a little guard. But yes, Alien Isolation is probably without question one of the absolute most terrifying games I've ever played. They really captured the... Here, let me just move some of these over here. They really captured the vibe of the first movie, like darn near flawlessly. It really felt like just a natural continuation of the world from the first movie, right down to I love that it had all the chonky tech, like the 1979 chonky tech with the big buttons and rows of lights and stuff. Just they captured that perfectly. Yeah, and didn't I hear recently we might finally be getting some kind of follow-up to that? I know there was like nothing for a long time. They did like a series of short videos that kind of gave closure to the story, because it did leave off on kind of a cliffhanger. Those Ripleys, man, they always end up stranded in space at the end. Well, it was the same kind of thing with that one. So the videos, which I think came out for the 35th or 40th, I think it was the 40th anniversary of the movie, so like 2019, I guess. They did like a mini series of CG cinematics, just like it looks exactly like the cinematics from the game, that basically concluded the story. But so I'm wondering how that'll factor into if they're doing a new game. So I don't know. Guess we'll find out. But yeah, for Alien fans, that one is an absolute must play. It's fantastic, legit masterpiece. And Dead Space 2, I think, is also a legit masterpiece. It's like right up there. It's the perfect sci-fi horror game. Gets under your skin, disturbs you, scares the shit out of you. Lots of good balance of action and horror. And just a great story. Like, they get really deep into the psychology of the characters in that one. It's really good. So there was, everybody was wondering if we were going to get a remake of the other two, or maybe a new game. Oh, are you reading the chat? You want to get caught up on the chat? I think he's watching the watching the bits things go by. Oh, are we wiggling? No, don't. Come on, buddy. No, it doesn't work. He's watching Jail's bit total drift by the screen. He's contemplating attacking it. What are you doing? What you looking at? Is that the PS4? I can't see because church is in the way. PS4 version of Isolation has that controller mode. Oh yeah, where if you cough, sneeze, or make noise, the xenomorph hears you. Yes, that's right. It'll use the mic on the controller, I guess. Yeah, I think the PC version has that as an option too. You can set it to pick up your mic. If you want a more intense experience. So, maybe don't munch on a bag of chips while you're hiding in a locker. Colonial Marines. I bought Colonial Marines for exactly the same reason. I wanted to see how bad it was. I'd seen some clips. Like, it's apparently very glitchy. Like, xenomorphs will just walk right past you, like, in full sight and won't even see you or react to you. Oh. There's food. Wait, you're just scratching the air. What are you doing? You just want the suggestion of scratching? Okay, you're making me nervous, Cat. You're getting, like, too intensely interested on things on the screen. What you got? You got an itch? You need to scratch? Here. What's that? Huh? Alright. You gonna go get some food? Wait, stop. You're bumping the keyboard. Stop it. Oh my God, Church. You can't scratch. That's literally the whole point. Sweeping his tail across the keyboard. Are you gonna type a letter with your tail? Hello. What you doing? You can barely see him. Not if I do this. Yeah. Hi, Church. How you doing, buddy? But when we put him in that thing and then tried to trim his nails, he was so mad. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever seen him that mad. Like, he was full on, like, I'm going to chew your face off, growling at us and stuff. Like, poor little guy. Poor little guy. It was only for your own good, buddy. No, this one. There. A little less blinding for you guys. We'll be turning this around in a few minutes. It looks blue. It's actually purple. You can kind of see when you see it reflected on me. There. There was, the first time I heard of that type of feature, using the mic in a stealth game, was Manhunt, the first Manhunt, where it was very stealth oriented, and I really enjoyed that game, actually. A lot of people, I don't know, I can see why it wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but I really liked it a lot. I thought it was dark and, scary, and some of the stealth kills were pretty brutal, just satisfying, ultra violence. And you had Brian Cox talking in your ear the whole time. But it had a feature where if you had a, headset with a microphone, actually I thought only the second one was banned on Twitch because it had an AO rating. I don't think the first one's banned. And the only reason it has an AO rating is, I don't remember, because the second one is no worse or, it's not more or less bad in terms of the subject matter than the first one. There was just like one little thing that the ratings board had an issue with or something, and it ended up getting an AO rating. And I think it was one of those cases. It wasn't even anything to do with the game itself. It was to do with a mod for the game that could, add nudity or something. So it was one of those stupid situations, So, yeah. And I mean, I think that whole thing of having games banned on Twitch is stupid to begin with, because it's like, well, just... I mean, I have my stream set to 18 plus. Like, it's adults only. Minors buzz off. And I mean, if you have that as an option, you should be able to play adult games. You know, just label it as such and limit access to them. So just have some kind of age verification or something, I guess. I don't know. Like, I think it's stupid for them not to offer those because, you know. What are you doing? No. Hey, psst. No, what are you doing? What are you clawing at? Last thing I need is you ripping up my frickin' screen. San Andreas. Yeah, didn't that one get an AO rating at some point because of that as well? I don't think it did, but I think it was something similar to that with Manhunt 2, where it was like a stupid mod, and they had to give it an AO rating, which basically meant, you know, it really limited the market for the game, and then for streamers meant we couldn't stream it anywhere, you know. So I guess maybe I should start an OnlyFans, and then we'll go play the Manhunt games, you know. That's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll do that. Come watch Z play porn games. But, yeah. What are you so intensely interested in there, Church? The emotes? Because they're moving? He sees things moving on the screen, and he just little things. And he's like, what's that? Oh. Well, he's wiggling. What are you looking at? Is it when the chat moves? When someone says something, it moves and then you freak out? So it did briefly, because someone left that code in. It was not accessible except for modders who got the code. Okay. How stupid. Like, modders are gonna mod. I mean, they turn fucking Sonic the Hedgehog into porn. You know, like, come on. The rating should not be based on how a game can be modified after the fact. It should be based on what is sold to the public, and that's it. The vanilla form of that game. That should be the only thing that factors into a rating. Some of those ratings are stupid. But it's like, you know, when movies would get harsh ratings, they get like slapped with an X rating or something, and basically killing the marketability of it, because people see X, they think porn. No, doesn't mean that it's porn. It just means there's certain material in it that was deemed a little too intense for an R rating. You know, it crossed the line or whatever fictitious, mysterious line that is. And the thing is, like, a lot of films that came out in the 70s during this sort of new Hollywood got slapped with X ratings because they were, at the time, considered quite shocking in terms of their, you know, frank subject matter, and might be slightly racy sexual content or nudity or excessive cussing. No. Stop being so interested in the camera cord, Cat. Come on. You see cords all over the place here all the time. This should not be anything new or interesting. Yes, RoboCop originally got an X rating. So they made some trims and managed to get the R. The unrated version that you see on all the video releases now, that's the version. That's the X-rated version. But, Church, stop. You're not scratching anything. What are you trying to get to? What are you trying to get to? Here? You scratch there? Here. See, I can help. Yeah. Oh, there's the tongue. Yeah, tongue's coming out. There we go. Yeah, is that good? Ow. Well, you didn't have to help me. Did I see the other comment you made? Well, it's hard for me to see the comments because Church is right in front of the chat screen for me. Someone thought to play blacklisted games on Pornhub. Ooh, that's actually not a bad idea. Because then you could do, like, because they're more of like a YouTube type of site, so you could do multi-part videos and stuff. Interesting. But yeah, so in the case of RoboCop, for a long time you could only get the R-rated version, and funny enough, it's like it's the what was it? Natural Born Killers had the same issue, where the MPAA demanded all these trims, and the thing is, one thing that both RoboCop and Natural Born Killers have in common is that the violence is very intentionally over the top. Like, it's over the top to the point of being ridiculous. It passes the threshold of being horrific and becomes funny because it's so over the top. It's like, it's dark humor, obviously, but you know what I mean? Like, it just, when... a classic example, the boardroom scene in RoboCop, where Ed 209 just keeps blasting and blasting and blasting at poor Mr. Kinney, just reducing him to hamburger on the model of Delta City. That's cut way back in the R-rated version, and because it's cut way back in the R-rated version, it still has a bit of that over-the-top humor. They still manage to keep it kind of right on the edge, but it doesn't push it farther like it should be, like it was intended to be. So it's still kind of held back and like teetering on the edge of just being horrific. And there was a bunch of scenes like that in Natural Born Killers where they did all these little trims and such. The theatrical version is actually more disturbing because it doesn't go that extra step to being over the top. So, and that's why I fucking hate the MPAA, honestly, because they're a bunch of like stuffy suits who don't understand that kind of art when it's intended to be over the top, because it's saying something, it's doing something. In this case, it's in both those cases, it's satirical, and it's ridiculous, and the art suffers as a result of it. So thank God for home video, where we're able to see the original versions as they were intended to be seen. So we finally got the unrated version of RoboCop, originally from Criterion in their Laserdisc and DVD releases. And then we have... what are you looking... What are you doing? Man, what are you looking... I don't know what you're seeing. What are you looking for? And then in the same case of Natural Born Killers, we've had the director's cut, which is the unrated, version that the MPAA wouldn't approve. Pretty easily available now. And they are absolutely the superior cuts. When you watch them, you see, like, why... You're not scratching anything, dude. You're scratching your collar. Is it just spinning it around on your neck feels good? And now you're licking your collar. Oh, you dumbass. You beautiful dummy. Stop it. What are you doing? Hey. Come on. Stop that. Here, let me give you a scritch. Give you scritches. There you go. Yeah, is that good? Is that what you wanted? Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, so things like that is just... God, it was like to stop him from that, and now he's like 10 times louder licking that damn... Stop it! Hey, stop licking the collar. Come on, that's enough. Stop it. Excuse me. Don't be bitey. You can't... Have you not clued in yet? You can't do it. You can't reach it. Oh my God, Church. You're insane. You're losing it, buddy. You're absolutely losing it. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, but a lot of those movies from the 70s, for example, they got X ratings at the time, and this is when the rating system was still fairly new. I mean,
they're pretty tame. I mean, you can see why they were kind of considered shocking in their day, but a lot of them are pretty tame by today's standards. You know, like for example, Midnight Cowboy. Midnight Cowboy originally had an X rating, and now it's like, I mean, I think R is definitely justified for that. There's a lot of like, you know, nasty stuff that happens in that movie, but X is just ridiculous. Dude, come on, that's enough. That's enough. You have the rest. Let's put you somewhere else. Wow, there you go. Anyway. Well, that's my point, though. It's like code that is inaccessible from the main game shouldn't factor into the rating. Like, I know that it was in there, but I mean, it wasn't even unlockable from within the game unless you used a mod, unless you were a coder who could go in and like read the code. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something Joe Blow average, and certainly not some random, 10-year-old who convinces his parents that it's okay for him to play the game, is going to be able to access with any degree of ease. So I disagree with that ruling. For Twitch, I'm just kidding. What? Oh, yes. Ha! Just kidding. Movie Crash from 1996 with James Spader. I remember it was one of the first NC-17 movies. Yeah, NC-17 became the new X. And the reason they introduced that was because of the stigma established over the years with X ratings being associated with porn. So NC-17 was basically what the original X was, but given a more, a less, given a name that didn't have all that stigma attached to it, right? So they, it's funny because in some cases, filmmakers would use the X as a badge of honor. There was a couple of Hammer films that got X ratings. Such as the Quatermass Experiment, the first one. It was actually rated X when it originally came out, at least in the UK. So, for a horror film, they considered that a badge of honor. So they actually put, instead of spelling it as experiment, like EX, they just dropped the E and made the X a big letter on the title, like, yeah, X-rated horror. Can you handle it? And then that did fairly well, so they did another film called X, The Unknown, also rated X. So, yeah, Hammer just jumped right in. And then that was that. But fun stuff. At least that's the story. I don't know how true it is, but that's what the extras told me. Yeah, NC Crash. I was never really interested in that one. It's like, oh, yeah, they get turned on by car crashes. That just seems really weird to me. And don't get me wrong, I love Cronenberg. That just seemed a little too artsy-fartsy of an idea for me. Maybe I'll watch it one day. I wish Rockstar would make an AO game, rated game with that intention. Yeah, I know, right? They already got one of the best physics engines for it. Well, yeah, certainly now. If the footage from GTA 6 is any indication. Church, knock it off. Please. You are accomplishing nothing. You're just making noise and frustrating yourself. I'd fit right in at Wonderfest. I don't know what that is, but thank you. Everybody tells me to go do convention panels, but I'm nobody. Who the hell would come and see me? Well, you guys. So we'd have, what, like 10 people there? It doesn't seem like it's worth the trouble. Church, stop. Hello, Quack. He's behind the music stand again. Sean Con. Z-Con. With that AO rating for San Andreas, if anything, gave the game more attention back then, so it helped. And I think that was only for the PC version, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm pretty sure the console version was only M, because I had the console version. So stupid. All because of that one little bit of code that if they hadn't called all that attention to it, nobody even would have known about it. I gotta wait for church to stop doing that. A lot of Canadians go there too, and we have a hangout spot called the Canadian Embassy. Yes, well, don't expect a lot of Canadians to go this year. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near the US until shit is back to normal. Which is probably gonna be a while. It's unfortunate. Really wanted to visit New York and get a taste of that pizza. Oh well. Church, knock it off. Psst. Stop it. Stop it. You're not accomplishing anything. Alright? Knock it off. Alright? Just stop it. It's enough. Give me some scooches. Rose, I guess Rose has probably gone to bed because it's 1:30 in the morning. Church, knock it off. Stop it. It's almost like he's just licking it to lick it. Church, stop. Stop. That's enough. Stop. Stop. Okay. Church, stop. Stop. You're not accomplishing anything. You're just licking the collar. Stop. Stop it. It's enough. Excuse me. Here. Yeah. Ow. Little shit. Knock it off. He gets frustrated, then he gets bitey. I'm just trying to take him to his bed. And he went all teeth and claws. Got reversed either way. It was only one version. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's AO anymore. Just that original or whatever. Heard a ton of actors moved to Ireland that had dual passports. Yeah, actually, Ireland's apparently a good place to be. I've considered that. If things end up going south here, then that's definitely somewhere I would consider going. Visit the motherland, you know. Or just move there. Lots of cool castles out that way. Could make for some cool videos. Church, stop. The longer you do, the more you do that, the longer you're going to be in that collar, because it's to help your owies heal. You keep scratching, you keep making them worse. And then we will have to put you in a proper cone. He wasn't this fidgety yesterday. But, yeah, cats don't like being in the pumpkin head of shame. So, yeah. Wow. So on Blue Sky, I had a post liked by Lee Winnell from Saw and all that from Blumhouse, and another one liked by Duncan Jones, director of Moon and the upcoming Rogue Trooper movie, and son of David Bowie. That's right. Hobnobbing with the Stars. God, now Eclipse is scratching. Eclipse, you're going to end up going in the pumpkin too if you don't knock it off. I can get another one. Huh, interesting. Popular Mechanics article that says archaeologists found ancient tools that contradict the timeline of civilization. Sophisticated seafaring technology may have actually originated in the islands of Southeast Asia. Archaeology supports that 40,000 years ago, the people living in Southeast Asia were well versed in boat building and open sea fishing. This research puts Southeast Asia ahead of Europe and Africa in technological process. Interesting. Oh my God, cats. Why? You've been so quiet all fucking day, and as soon as I start the stream, want to start doing stuff, that's when you get fidgety and noisy. Church, knock it off. Where are you? Stop it. Ugh. This is not how this plan was supposed to work. Okay, he's going back up on their bed. This is also right. A mummy was found covered in chocolate that was 2,500 years old. That's crazy. You had considered moving to Poland in the future. Oh, all right. Basically, people just want to be everywhere but the U.S. right now. Can't say I blame them. Church, knock it off. How have you not clued in that that does nothing yet? He's trying to lick himself. He can't because he's got the collar on. Church, stop it. Ugh. I can't do anything until he stops. I can't have that racket in the background. Times like this, I really wish I had weed. Church, stop. Church, stop it. Knock it off. You're just licking the collar. That's not doing anything. Okay? Stop it. He's just enjoying the sensation of licking. is Poland is safe, conservative, and has a safe border. Well, there you go. Oh my God. Stop. That's enough. You're just frustrating yourself, buddy. Stop frustrating yourself. Okay? Just relax. Relax. I know it's frustrating, but it's to help your owies. Okay? Just relax. No, no. Just relax. Okay? Just relax. No. Why don't you just lay down? You didn't like that? No? Just relax, buddy. Just relax. Yeah, that's right. You just loaf. You loaf on down and just relax. Okay? Relax. Okay. Just trying to be the cat whisperer. But yeah, this will probably be the next few days. I'll get Rose to treat his owies in the morning, and hopefully that'll give him an easier day. Then of course Eclipse can freely lick and bite and scratch all she wants, and does that like 2 inches away from him just to really rub it in. Alright. Can't have another night of no filming, so gotta get this going. Turn this off because otherwise it will pick up the other light here. The remote, actually, the remote is quite sensitive. So that'll be nice, eh? Nice and relaxing. Yeah. Greetings, everyone. That's really bright. Alright, that's okay. Maybe, can we move it back just a little bit? Yeah, should be good. Yeah, the nice thing is because they're like half lights, they just shine out one side, and it's pretty strict about it. You can actually turn them and have the edge of the light, like say right here, or in this case right where I am, and then have your other light flooding the background, and one doesn't interfere with the other, so that's quite nice. just another little nibble of that pesto chicken. Look at that. Big chunks. Thank you for the follow, Chim Nimsky. Chim Chimney, Chim Chimney, Chim Nimsky. Really? Now you're going Eclipse? Is this just like designated licking time? I don't think there is a designated licking time. It's just designated licking time is when Z's trying to stream and get things done. That's when it's licking time. If I were to move to Asia, it would be Japan. Absolutely. Japan is the future. Oh my God, Church, just go to sleep or something, please. He's just determined to keep licking and 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 licking. And it's 10 times louder with the collar. Church, knock it off! Psst. Stop it. Psst. Stop it. Psst. Hey, stop. Stop. It's enough. You're just making noise and frustrating yourself. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. You're not doing anything. You're just making noise and frustrating yourself. Stop. Knock it off. Stop it. Just calm down. No, stop it. There you go. Just try to relax. Okay? Try to relax, buddy. Yeah, let me try to relax. No, just a smush. Yeah, you're just a smush. Okay. Okay, little smush. For those late to the party, Cat's basically in the cone of shame and refuses to accept that he can't lick himself. So he keeps licking the collar. Yeah. So yeah, if I was to move anywhere else in the world, it would probably be Ireland or Japan for me as well. Both of those places just have things that I like. Ireland would be good because I have a lot of friends in the UK. So it would be, you know, in pretty close proximity to them, because the UK is not that big, so we could conceivably visit from time to time. And lots of cool old castles and whatnot. It's just sticky uppy hair. Well, at least it's in the back. You probably hopefully won't see it too much from in the video. So, not sure if you've read or heard of the sci-fi novel The Book of the New Sun, Volume 1, Shadow and Claw. Nope, don't know that one. But cool, thank you. thought I saw something on the screen, but I was just hallucinating, apparently. And greetings, Andy Kishore. Greetings. Oh, right. Hold on. We have to put the rest of the lights on.
Bluetooth mode.
Stars. There you are. Okay. That should be good. I actually found a way to kind of jankily prop up the other lights. You may notice the light on the coffin is a little more visible now. That's where I wanted it, kind of on the center there where the chains cross over, and then there's the hole in the middle to just kind of highlight the interesting part of it a little bit. And then that light also does the blue stars in the back, which I don't think you can even see. You guys can't see any of that. You can kind of see the green stars on the ceiling. That's from the other light. We got our little skeleton family there. I'll have to check the positioning on that. I feel like they're a little too far over. And the chair is running over Emily's dress. I'm terribly sorry, Emily. We'll see if we can get that fixed. Alright. South America, Argentina. I always never know how to pronounce that. Oceania. Oceania. Anyway. New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand is pretty nice. I know a few folks out there too. New Zealand seemed to handle the pandemic better than anybody. They had like so few issues with it over there. Oceania. Is it? But what about the I? Oceania. Is the I just silent? Is it there to trick you? Filthy, stinking I. So it's this Book of the New Sun takes place on Earth millions of years in the future, where it's a techno-medieval society. Oh, kind of like Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light, one of my all-time favorite short-lived cartoons, based on a toy line. The age of technology had ended, and the age of magic came back, but they developed a lot of magic-based technology. It's a good show. Too bad it only lasted one season, 13 episodes. Hunter says I pronounced it Oceania.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's completely wrong. Oceana. Oceana. I mean, even that doesn't sound right. It sounds kind of right. I literally heard someone pronounce it in a video, some old fuddy-duddy guy, and I think, oh, he's an old fuddy-duddy. He probably knows. And I was like, aha, that's how you pronounce it. I will remember that forever, and then immediately forgot. I probably remembered for that day. Okay. You guys can just gaze upon the Doctor Who shelf for a few minutes. Go out for a quick smoke and a pee, and then we'll get started. Halloween. Little Spirit Halloween. I think I will be picking up horror attire from them annually from now on. So we got that the night he came home. And then there we got Michael menacingly in a staircase. Oh, I thought he was holding a knife, but I don't actually see a knife there. Well, we know he's got a knife or something somewhere. Oceania. Maybe it's Oceania. Maybe it's Oceania. Oceania. Out. So it is Oceania. Okay. Oceania. So Kralatin was close. Just missed the last I. Oceania. And now he's just angry and frustrated and annoyed. Good. Don't pronounce ocean like Ocean. Yes, but that is not the word. It is not the word ocean, even though it is part of the makeup of the word. It is not that word. I'm gonna go down to the beach by the ocean. Wanna do some fishing in the ocean? Get some of them ocean fish. How about you fucking understand the concept of different pronunciations? You mean pronunciations? Yes. Proper pronunciation is fucking cringe. And a little colonizer mindset. Yeah. Fucking colonizers. Oh wait, that's literally everyone in this room. Just think, if you discovered Atlantis, you could change it to Seanlantis. And then people would pronounce it Cianlantis? What? How do you pronounce that? Cheyenne Atlanteus. Yeah. Seaman Atlantis. I think it would be Anus Lantis for you. Or no. Analantis. There it is. Analantis? No. Analantis. Founded by Kralatin, circa 2025. Atlantis. Lena's. I love it. Fun butchering words with Zarin Izrak. And Kurlatin. And Black Metal Werewolf. I'm gonna go smoke and pee. Not all at the same time. The neighbors might not approve. Are clips working yet? Will clips ever be working again? Let's find out. And... okay. No clips. Sorry. I swear Twitch broke it. I totally blame Twitch, because it started at exactly the same time they told everyone to clear out their video libraries. And the clips have not worked ever since we got that notice. It's ridiculous. They're not even supposed to be affected by that. Anyway, I'll be back. I'll be back. Phase 1 complete. And now, to empty the bladder. Like coffee. Goes right through you. Alright, I shall return.
fucked. If you know, you know. Hello, Funk Monk. Welcome to Atlantis. Analantis. California. California. Shut up! We're going to Disney World, not Disneyland, and you're gonna like it. Oh yeah. I guess going to all the Disneys is off the map, eh? Time to get into uniform. Here we go. Dr. Oho. Dr. Oho. Dr. Oho. Dr. Oho. Dr. Oho, 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 Dr. Oho. Dr. Oho. All right. If you've ever seen the opening titles of the very first Doctor, William Hartnell, and the first few adventures of the second before they changed it to titles specific to him, you will get that joke. If you have not, then you probably don't get that joke. And, well, that's a pity. It's a good joke. Sorry, just freaking eczema. Would not recommend. 0 out of 10 stars. That'll have to do. Well. Pee almost clear. Let's drink a little more water. Oh, yeah. Now, let's see what we can see. Oh, right. Oh. Great. Yeah. We're fine. All part of the plan. Not really. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay, so we'll do this. There we go. Let's see how we can digital zoom to get the more robust focus. Alright, so now just going to do this to see how far over we need to move these. Just a smidge, I think. Yeah, that'll be fine. I wanted to pull this down. And then what are we doing? Putting them here, I guess? That will not align with insert shots. Well, let's do something a little different here. Put these down here. Then I can put that there. How's that? That's kind of... I don't really like that. No, sir, I don't like it. Of those can we see? Yeah, we can basically see all of them. Yeah, I think that's okay. It'll have to do. I mean, I can turn and look at it, I suppose. Just burning through file space here. There we go. Which one should we do first? Well, I mean, I put the Blake 7 DVD set there. I guess I could do that one first. Blake 7. And that is one I should try to get out relatively soon because it's relevant. The second season, or series rather, is already up for pre-order. No release date yet, but they did release temp artwork, which might be the actual artwork. We don't know yet. But I grabbed a couple pics that we can throw into the update and say, hey, Series 2's coming. So, be sure to get it. It's gonna be a good one. Yeah, because then when I do the... yeah, I mean, I guess we can just shuffle things around as we need to. I don't see that as being a big problem. I mean, it's not like everybody and their dog doesn't adjust their shelves in the background for each video they do to have relevant things in the background, you know. I remember a while back I did a whole series of closer looks, and I pulled off all the big box sets off the shelves and set up like a display on the shelves behind me. Only so far as the camera could see. So if you were in the room seeing it, it looked really haphazard, but on camera it looked good. That's all that matters, as long as it looks good on camera. But to accommodate that, I just had like stacks of DVDs and Blu-rays all over the place. And yeah, it's a pain. All in the name of having a little bit of extra production value, right? Yeah, that's okay. So what that means is we might, I don't know, we might end up not even using a bunch of the insert shots we did back in January, but God, we've been trying to do these updates since January. Madness. How many we got to do? Let me look. 1, 2, 3, because that would also be a closer look. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And some of those would also be unboxings and closer looks, and some would have closer look elements, and all would have insert shots. So, we'll figure that out. Well, maybe what we'll do, I think I can do it this way and not have to fudge it. If we do this, and then bring these down here. Yeah. Oh, fuck. They're not even going to fit. Yeah, what if we take out this one single Blu-ray? Will that allow them to fit? Holy shit. Maybe? Oh, Jesus. Yes, but it's a very tight squeeze. Alright. These will not be staying here, but that is as good as we can get it. But then I can plunk this up here. Alright. I think that works. That is correct. Well, I'm impressed that you know that at 23, Hunter. Very good. You know some 90s culture. Excellent. No, sir. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Good old Ren and Stimpy. I watched that pretty religiously when it originally came on. Now, let me see how we're looking here. That's okay. Gotta angle that slightly because we're getting serious glare off the lights. Everything else looks good though. Okay. So yeah, we'll throw in an insert shot of this, I think. Was there any backing for this? I don't think there was. Yeah. It's just the box. Has the specs on the bottom. 2,615 minutes. Awesome. (2004). Yeah, the DVD sets originally came out in 2004. This release came out in 2018, so I guess it was, yeah, I guess it was the 40th anniversary. Wow. 20 discs. 5 per series. Loads of extras on here. Still no, not sure if all of the extras from this set will be on the Blu-rays. I'm assuming most of them will be, but possibly not all of them. What was that? Okay, the cats are over there. I just heard a sound from the kitchen. What are you doing, Church? Church, what are you doing? He's doing his tail. He can still lick his tail. I'm almost wondering if we need to get him just a cone.
Remember Boomerang? Well, I remember hearing about Boomerang. We never got that here in Canada, but I saw a lot of fan recordings of cartoons from Boomerang. It was the only way we could get them a lot of the time. Church figured out he can at least reach his tail, so he's just licking the shit out of his tail. Just gonna go open a window just to keep some nice fresh air flowing. Church, come on, gotta knock it off, buddy. Church, stop. Stop it. You're not supposed to be able to do that. We got him that collar in particular because I wanted him to be able to access his food bowl, but if it's, he's like, he actually found a way to stick his foot through or under that he could still lick his foot and chew on it. And that's one of the problems we're trying to fix. Church, knock it off. Fuck's sake, he was quiet. Just about ready to start. Church, stop. He's just too determined. How much is a cone? Hate to do it, but if it's the only thing that's going to get him to stop. You're only making this worse for yourself, buddy. I don't know. I'll look it up later. It's not like it'll come tomorrow if we order it today. Just wish he wasn't so goddamn stubborn. But anyway, yes, old cartoons are great. Love them. Comes with the cat stubbornness. Oh, I know, but it's only him. Like Eclipse is the exact opposite. Like she'll just kind of relent to whatever it is, you know, you need her to do or stop doing. Like she'll submit and cooperate and, you know, let you take care of her. And, oh, lo and behold, she doesn't have owies, you know. And she's just as free as Church and is able to lick herself as much as he does. But he, like, just... he does it to himself. And part of it is because he doesn't let us trim his nails. So he scratches with his back leg and scratches, and then breaks the skin. And, you know, it's just it becomes a vicious cycle of, like, owies and healing and owies and healing. And he keeps scratching the scabs and just won't let it heal. So that's why I got the collar. But now he's just too damn smart for his own good. He's figuring out ways to, like, if he stretches a certain way, he can get to his leg and still chew on it, you know, or he can still get his tail, and, you know, he can still reach up and scratch his neck, and, like, they just gotta put him in, like, a full fucking bodysuit, like, seriously. It's like, just... let us help you, cat. This is for your benefit. So we thought, you know, even with the collar, it did make it a little easier to trim some of his nails. But the problem is, you'd get, like, close to his nail, and then he'd pull his paw back. So it's like, if the clippers are partly on there, it yanks at his claw, right? And, you know, hurts him. And that's probably why he does it, because that happened once at some point, and now he's just, like, freaked out about getting his nails trimmed. So, like, it's almost like the only way we can do it is to send him to the vet to have his nails trimmed, where they will literally sedate him so that he's not batshit crazy, teeth and claws everywhere, and they can just get it done. But that costs fucking money. Like, stupid money for something so simple. So... we basically just have to figure out a way to, I don't know, double team him or something, and, you know, I'll hold him down, and then Rose will do the trimming, and, you know, that'll be that. Don't know. I should put that fan on. That would be really nice. Just have it blowing on me. Oh my god, it's filthy. Alright, hold on. I'm going to clean the fan first. Ugh. Ugh. So here's what we do. You see? Yeah. So, it just unclips. You can see that's pretty gnarly. And then... actually, the fan blade isn't too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad, actually. And then... and then that, yeah, this part gets really caked. That's all, like, well, a combination of dust and cat fluff. So, alright, I'm going to take this to the kitchen and rinse it in the sink. We'll brush off all the fluff first and then rinse it in the sink. I'll be back. Oh my god. Just from the back of the fan, you can't really see too well, but yeah, quite a lot there. Hey Toby, how's it going? Am I interested in linguistics? Sometimes. Depends, I guess. Okay, I'll be back.
one piece down. Look how much better that is. Clean as a whistle. Alright, so. Which way were we going? This way? Never remember. Is it this way? Yeah, there it is. Sometimes what I'll do, just to give them a thorough cleaning, is I'll actually, I'll put these components, like just the grill and the fan blade and stuff, into the dishwasher, and I'll actually run it in the dishwasher. How many languages do you know? 1. English, and little bits and pieces of French, German, and Japanese. Eigo ga wakarimasu ka? Nihongo ga wakarimasu ka? Skoshi wakarimasu. And Wiener Schnitzel. No. Go. Fan blades are the easiest to clean. You can just wipe them with a cloth and get all the stuff off. Oops. Oh, hold on. There we go. This actually screws on in reverse order so that the fan doesn't unscrew itself while it's running. Clever, huh? It's usually righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. It's the opposite for fans. Quack Nose 28. Yeah, yes, I did see. I've been responding as I've been going in and out of the room. You know 6. Hol Yajla Have. That seems a little native, just from the arrangement of letters and apostrophes.
That's definitely better. I think I'm going to give these a spin through the dishwasher sometime soon. But we should be fine for now. What are you doing? You're not... Hold on. Damn it. Nope. Fuck. Hold on. Fucking hell. Hold on. There. Should just hang nicely and clip into place. Come on. Are we good? Alright, I think we're locked in. Alright, so now I'll put it over here. It's far enough away that we shouldn't be interfering with the audio. Ah, there's a plug right here. Perfect. There we go. Nice. Oh, Klingon. I should know Klingon, having been a Star Trek fan forever. Makpa and Kapla and all that. Enjoy a nice big wriggly bowl of gach. I remember when that was being developed, it was around the time of Star Trek 6, and the linguist who developed it was saying he had a bit of a problem because one of the lines in it was, well, a famous line was Christopher Plummer's character, Klingon character, reciting some Shakespeare, specifically the famous "to be or not to be" line. However, when he had developed the language, I guess he didn't know about that. It was just about that line. And as he was developing it, there was no phrase for "to be." So he had to make some adjustments so that they could do the line. But, yeah. So as this Klingon has assumptive syntax, it's pretty impossible to make a good translator for it. It's fine enough from Klingon to English, but I have yet to find a good translator that goes the other way. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember they had some just full-on language courses you could get. There was a book, and I think there was like an audio course. It was just an audio version of the book. I don't know, but yeah, I always thought that would be a fun one to learn, actually, just in particular because it's after Star Trek 6 and, kind of forever after in the Next Generation and all subsequent Star Treks, they've made use of it ever since. I mean, why not, right? You got a full language for one of your alien characters, use it. And I assume it's been revised and added to over the years as well, but I always thought that was pretty neat how they did that just for Star Trek, Very cool. And greetings, Stark Harshly, over on the YouTubes. What are you going on about? Why do you keep repeating that, Hunter? So cigarettes are swell, and they make your clothes smell. Pick the leaves of dead tobacco and roll them up for lumberjacko. Okay, cool. That just makes you want to go have a cigarette. There is a Klingon dictionary. They don't have a limit on how many suffixes you can add to a word. Really? That's interesting. So you can just kind of string a whole bunch of them together and really confuse people. That's excellent. You had Google translate it. That's the same language you wrote above in. Well, that's assuming that, yeah, like he was saying, Google doesn't actually translate it very well. I mean, Google would, if Google's unable to find an exact match, it'll just kind of go from, I guess, contextual clues in the whatever the phrase is that you're trying to translate, and kind of find the next best thing. It'll make its best guess. I mean, I've used just like normal human languages, and it's failed dismally to guess what they were sometimes. So, is it an Animaniacs reference? That's a series I need to get. The complete series of Animaniacs. That was a brilliant show. I'd like to get Tiny Toons as well. That was also, they were both brilliant. I remember watching the How I Spent My Summer Vacation, I guess direct-to-video movie they did of Tiny Toons, and I just died laughing through the whole thing. It was great. Watch it on good old VHS, because my brother had it. So, very cool. With the Bill Clinton plays his sax line, one of the things that dates it a little. But yeah, I followed Rob Paulson on various social media sites for quite some time over the years. Really interesting guy, lots of stories. Does lots of he's done a lot of like little scenes with Maurice LaMarche where they reprise the roles of Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, very funny stuff. Oh yeah, I never found out what that sound was in the kitchen. Very mysterious. Well, what time is it? Well, I mean it's basically the witching hour. But that would have been around 2 a.m., which would have been the witching hour with, like, daylight savings time. I don't know if ghosts observe daylight savings time, so maybe 2 a.m. is now. Well, no. Yeah, it would be 2, because 2 would be the former 3 or something. Or is 2 the former 1? God, I hate daylight savings time so much. Can we just get rid of it? It's so pointless. Everybody hates it. Everybody. What is the purpose? I don't know. All this geeky nerd language talk don't make me start spelling elfish black speech and performing evil magic on you. Oh, you dare not utter it here. Actually, was the black speech elvish? Or was it Mordorish? I don't remember. But technically we're back to the normal time with spring forward. I like the other time. I like it when night is longer, like a lot longer. So is that Blavak Cheklahabach? Is that a shit ton of suffixes? Anyway, flaming something. I can't tell what that is. What is that? Something's on fire! New record. Flaming fist. Okay, cool. You want to get rid of daylight savings, then you won't get the early dark. Well, no. See, what I would want is
go to the early dark time and then leave it there forever. So we will always have early dark. Forever. That's my ideal situation. This spring forward shit? No. No. God, that means summer's right around the corner. Ugh. Thank God we have that air conditioner. That literally saved our butts last year. Holy shit. Our power bill was through the roof, but at least we weren't dying in the sweltering heat all summer. Ugh. Darkness all the time. Yeah, forget the sun and changing seasons or anything. Yes, forget it all. It's all arbitrary anyway. Who cares? None of it matters. It's all a construct. Just ask TNA Dan. He'll confirm it. He'll gladly confirm it. That's like one of his hyperfixations. Like, he'll go on about it for days. Do 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 do. I hate eczema. Do 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 do. God, I had it really bad. Like, it's like the skin dries out, and then if it dries out too much, it splits like an overripe fruit, and is just excruciating. But polysporin takes care of it. Oh, that sounds amazing, Stoud. Lucky. Actually, on the plus side, we do face the side of the building that gets the morning sun, which means we don't get the blisteringly hot afternoon sun. That's fully on the other side of the building, so I feel sorry for all those suckers. So yeah, it comes up in the morning when it's still nice and cool. And by the time it's noon, it's like, it's already like past overhead. So we don't get that here, which is great. Saying if we kept it at the fall back time, it wouldn't eventually get dark at 8:30 p.m. instead of 9:30 in the summer. Huh? I just want it to be dark a lot. How about some flapjacks, eh? Sure. I got some pancake mix. I don't have all natural maple syrup. I think I have some American shit. Mrs. Butterworth's or something. But it's fine. It's sweet. It would eventually be dark at 8:30 instead of fucking 5 o'clock. What are you talking about? Maybe at certain times of day or year. I don't know. I don't care. Just make it dark all the time. Just keep moving the clocks back so it's constantly dark. Just do a complete flip-flop. Daytime is the dark time. Nighttime is day. There you go. In case you didn't notice, I broke down the long word. I did not notice. I said, let's see. Hold on. So, it was BL prefix U, VOC, trust, check, suffix for yourself, lach, suffix ability or can, B, yeah, see, B was, I think that was one of the ones that he had to add for the Star Trek one. Suffix for negation, A, making it a question, or making it a question. So in translation, can't you trust yourself? Interesting. And the Klingon, that's a very Klingon kind of question too. Like the Klingons are actually very, very philosophical people in a lot of ways. Not just, I mean, sure, they're all about war and fighting and glory and honor and death and in battle and whatnot, but they're also very philosophical. You know, like the guy said, you really can't appreciate Shakespeare until you've read it in the original Klingon. It's like, fine, invent a machine that completely warps the planet's orbit and rotation so your side of the world is specifically always pointing away from the sun 24 hours of darkness. Well, I mean, that idea has merit, but I was more thinking of just keep the time adjust, like just go full tilt boogie with the time adjustment, you know, keep the time adjusted so that it's always dark in the morning and always light for less time. Well, I mean, the daylight hours would be longer, but just adjust it so that you have as much darkness as possible. Somehow. In terms of the time on the clock, just keep it dark. All of the dark. I, not L. They use uppercase letters in the middle of sentences because it's just an approximation from the symbols that don't have cases. Ah, okay. Sounds really complicated. But this is something you've clearly studied. And I respect that. That's impressive. Couple? No. Hey, drop it. Thank you. Nom, nom, nom. 41 months. Almost the ultimate answer. Almost there. Deep thought is almost ready to tell us the answer we waited so long for. Let's just make sure the backup is off, which it is not. It's funny, it still says it's doing the initial backup. It's been doing the initial backup since like September when I first subscribed. But part of that is because it has to adjust things as I, move files around or whatever. And it remembers up to 30 days of changes. If you get a higher level subscription, it can remember it for longer. 30 days is fine for me. tasty. Who dat? Dancing girl emote. I am Violet. Dancer. Literally one of those streams that you watch. I see. Okay. That's possible. Although when we've met others of his species, they haven't spoken like that. It's like just Yoda. Always judging something. Yep. I'm judging you, Kralatin. You. Oh, man, that fan feels nice. I just gotta make sure. Yeah, it's not going anywhere near the camera. It's just blowing on me. Which is nice, because then I don't get overheated and, you know. Now, as a, I misread that, Hunter, so I thought you said as a South American, you viciously hate Southern stereotypes. Excellent. Okay. Stark harshly says, I think Yoda's broken English should have been used just when he was pretending to be a yokel. Yoda the yokel. A yodel. Also, the way we put and in English between the words we're separating, Klingons put it at the end. Interesting. It's kind of like, there's some languages that are similar to that, where they'll, like, actually Japanese has a slightly different word order from what we're accustomed to in English. Like, it'll put certain, like I can't remember. I'm so rusty on my grammatical terms, but they'll put, like, words that we would put at the beginning of the sentence, they'll actually put at the end, or something like, you know what I mean? Like, they'll kind of, it'll be a slightly different order, which is why, you know, when you get those bootleg anime DVDs that have been just translated verbatim from the Japanese, it comes off very stilted and strange and often hilarious, because it can't directly translate. So it's like, you know, with a fan sub, you'd have to, you know, they would get the raw translation and then literally translate English to English, like, making it more colloquially sound, I guess, like, just in terms of how the structure is, make it more flow more naturally. So, yeah, getting some reps in. What, lifting the fork to my mouth? Nerd power, yeah. I'll give an example in English. Mara and Molor kill a soldier. In OVS, soldier kill Mara, Molor, and. Interesting. So how would they differentiate then? I mean, because that's two people that were killed. But, well, I guess because the and is present in the sentence, even though it's not where we would normally put it. So it gives that contextual clue. Otherwise, you would think that, you know, Mara Molor might be a single person, first and last name. But do Klingons have family names? I don't think they do. I think they just have single names, don't they? I don't know. I haven't dived too deeply into Klingon culture. I only just picked up the Blu-rays of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and it's been probably 20 years since I last watched the show, if not longer. So it'll be fun to go through all that. Mang Homara Molor J. So J would be and. Interesting. Or no, they didn't get killed. They killed the soldier. Okay, gotcha. Klingons have single names and say, oh, son of. Gotcha. That's right. Yeah, I remember Worf saying something along those lines. Worf, son of. Or son of none if they don't know their father. Interesting. Okay. Like Lord of the Rings. And, yeah. Mara and Molor killed men. There you go. Not just any man. He was a soldier. Hopefully he died gloriously. And brought honor to his family. Very cool. Yeah, I really like how they expanded on all that in the Next Generation era. Because prior to that, we basically just had they were just kind of like the token villains who would show up once in a while and mess with Kirk and whatnot. And that was pretty much it. They were just, Klingons bad. But then with, you know, we had the redesign of the Klingons, which we first saw in the motion picture. And actually, I think that was the first time we heard Klingon language as well, was in the motion picture, the opening scene of the motion picture. I don't think it had been developed as a full language at that point. It was just kind of like, you know, very rough compared to what it is now. But I know in the Next Generation era, they really explored the culture of the Klingons a lot more deeply, and then carrying on into Deep Space Nine, of course, when Worf joined Deep Space Nine. But they started to expand on that in the movies, like the original crew movies. Like, we'd see the Klingons show up, and we'd hear them. We'd hear a few words in Klingon. But I don't think it wasn't really until Star Trek VI that they developed it into a full language. But that was also kind of parallel to when Next Generation was a couple seasons in, so they were kind of starting to expand on that and explore Klingon culture and get more into how they, you know, became friends with the Federation and stuff like that. So it's great stuff. Epic space opera, man. Gotta love it. Qapla'! Yes. That one I knew is with a Q. Yeah. A lot of Klingons, the first season of Discovery. Yeah, I haven't seen very much of that yet. I did pick up the Blu-ray set that just came out, the complete series set, so I'm looking forward to diving into that. I only watched the first couple episodes a while back just to kind of see what it was like. Especially since I'd heard it was so divisive amongst fans, so I really wanted to kind of see for myself. That's very much the attitude I take with a lot of things like that, especially long-standing franchises that I'm already kind of a fan of. You know, something new comes out and people love it or hate it. It's like I want to see it for myself and decide for myself, right? So I liked what I saw. I mean, I can see why people are kind of scratching their heads like, oh, we have yet another Klingon redesign. It's like, yeah, so we've had like 3 or 4 so far already, so what's another one? So, yeah. Watch it all chronologically. It's fun. Yeah. No, I definitely look forward to diving into all those. Oh, Wolfden. Wolfden's here. He knows some Klingon. You have a smooth forehead. Yes. Yes. So what happened, Worf? It's not something we discuss with outsiders. D-Man David, any thoughts on some of the original Star Trek crew being launched into space? I think I read something about their ashes going up. Cool, I guess. I mean, if that's what they wanted.
I know that Shatner actually got to go into space, like a low orbit thing, and he was just gobsmacked by the majesty of space. You know, as I think anyone would be. Probably one reason why people like us tend to like stuff like Star Trek so much, because it really does just kind of send the imagination reeling, you know. There's so much out there that we don't know about. You know, it's one of the biggest, really is the final frontier, because it's so vastly unexplored. You know, we haven't even left our own solar system. You know, Voyager has, I think, the first Voyager. It's out there somewhere. But, I can't remember. I think we got the last transmission from Voyager a few years ago. Because it just went out of range. It just can't transmit far enough anymore. But, well, we all know how that story ends. See you in a few years, Voyager. Yeah. Do I mind a minor spoiler about... Oh, it does? Still works? Alright. Well, I guess if it was using, like, straight-up radio transmissions, as far as I know, don't decay. They just keep going. So... which suggests there may be aliens watching, like, 50s sitcoms out there somewhere, you know? Wondering where they came from. Who is this I Love Lucy? But, I know a few things about Discovery. I know that they time jump at some point. Like, it starts off as a sequel, or sorry, as a prequel. Takes place, you know, fair ways in the past from some of the other shows. But then season 2 or 3, season 3, I think they time jump, and then it's actually a sequel that takes place after. I know it crosses over with Strange New Worlds. I have seen the first season of Strange New Worlds and absolutely loved it. It was so good. I really need to get caught up on that. First series to be done in, you know, like natively in 4K apparently as well. It's the only one to get 4K releases so far. So definitely going to grab the 4K complete series set whenever they finish that one. But okay, then only watch Discovery. Oh, I see what you're talking about. To watch chronologically, yeah. Watch Discovery seasons 1 and 2, and then at the end of everything, the rest. A lot of spoilers considering they jump 931 years into the future. Yeah, Strange New Worlds is fucking amazing. Continues after Discovery season 2. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. There's so much Star Trek I've to see, and like so much that I have seen, a lot that I grew up with, most of the original crew and Next Generation. But so much that's come since that I haven't seen. Like there's huge chunks of Deep Space Nine and Voyager that I've never seen. I've only seen the first season of Enterprise all the way through. Picked up the Blu-ray set of that as well, and then most of the new stuff. So yeah, it'd be pretty neat to see all of it chronologically. But good Lord, jumping, like putting off the last 3 seasons for 500 episodes and several movies worth of stuff. It's crazy. 4K, 80p, or 380p? What's the what? That cannot be a serious question. What are you talking about? 80p? What is 80p? 380p? Well, it's lower resolution, presumably. If you're talking about 360p. 4K is 3840 by 2160 resolution. That's the number of pixels. It's currently the highest available home format, highest quality. 280, you might be thinking 240. There's 240, 360, 480, 576 if you're looking at PAL resolutions, and then the others would be slightly different. Then you got 720, which is the first high def level, and then you got 1080, which is the next high def level, and then you got 4K, which is the next high def level, and you actually also have 8K. My camera can do 8K, which is the highest. In Japan, they actually have 8K TVs. I think they're starting to appear here. I don't really see the point of having 8K in your home. We're never going to get a physical format that uses it, so what the hell is the point? I mean, unless you want to project, you know, like in a sci-fi show where this is a gesture? Oh, because I had my hand up. Hold on. Let me do that. Yeah. Oh my god. Stop. Anyway. What is blinking at me? Oh, that's it's the yeah, it's the thing, the microphone. Hey, Vermin! Holy shit! How's it going? Finally decided to come watch Z to record-breaking procrastinating. Yes, I swear I have seen 8K Blu-ray. I might be mistaken. Then says no. I show to see and hear Sean stub his toe and scream out "fuck" or fall out of his chair. Oh, okay. Wolfden's just here for the slapstick. Got it. Really not too educated in forms of picture quality. I mean, it's pretty simple. Basically, the bigger the number, the better the quality. You know, if you want to, you know, be super basic, that's really it in a nutshell. Bigger number, higher quality. So they call it 4K, but it's also known as 2160p. Biggest number. The, what is it, 8K is 4320. So it's like each one is fully double the one before. There's also 1440 actually, which is double 720. But yeah, most TVs are like natively 720, 1080, or 2160. So Ks are theater resolution. True, yeah. 4K isn't actually that much bigger from 1080p. It's just a different aspect ratio. That is not correct. 4K, Cinema 4K is actually a little bit higher than Ultra HD, which is in-home 4K. So it's literally 4 times the resolution of 1080p. If you do the math on it, the number of pixels, it's literally like 4 1080p screens. If you were to bisect your 4K screen, each quarter would be a 1080p display resolution. So, and then 8K is double again what 4K is. So you chop it into 4, you got 4 4K screens in there. So it may not seem like a lot at first glance when you see like just the 1080, 2160, so that's twice as much, right? No, because it's there's also the 3840. So you got to factor all that in. But if you do the math on it, like literally, I mean the resolution is the equation, you'll see that 4K is actually 4 times the pixels of 1080. So 1080 is actually 6 times the pixels of 480. So like old DVD resolution. So crazy. Falling over a chair needs to be an animated emote. It's in the alerts for the thing. Technically, I could have said I know 14 languages if you count programming languages. Cool. I used to be quite good at Apple Basic many moons ago. A friend of mine had a Commodore 64 and then later a PC, wrote basic programs on both of those. I always wanted to learn assembler on the Amiga, but and do games, but I didn't. I also wanted to learn C and C++ on PC, got some in-home courses. Never finished them. But the intent was there. You've seen Series 1 multiple times. Series 2 is up for pre-order on Amazon UK, the Blu-ray set. No release date yet. But yeah, I thought the first one we'd do would be Blake 7 because that's a fairly short and easy one. So, you knew some C++ and Visual Basic. Yeah, I think that's what my friend was learning. So, HTML. Yeah, I used to be a pretty good guru with HTML. Built all my websites from scratch. But when it started to get into cascading style sheets and frames and stuff like that, that's when it lost me. I kept my stuff basic and functional. So, used to write basic on Acorn Archimedes. Wow, that's going back. Yeah, I guess the first computer I really did any programming on was a Commodore PET at school. I did own a Commodore PET briefly. Got it at like a clearance sale for literally like $5, but then my place got broken into by a vengeful ex-girlfriend, and that was one of the things she stole. Assembler is fun, but the old-ass assembler you are referring to isn't the easiest way to start programming for sure. Well, no, and I wasn't planning to start with that. I was going to like work up to it, like learn C first, because you can write things in C. C++ hadn't come out yet, but do things in C, and then you can compile that, and it would essentially compile it into machine language, I guess, or like an assembler-like thing. But with the Amiga, it was not uncommon, especially for coder groups and stuff, to use assembler for like mega demos and indie games and things like that. And the nice thing about it was just the speed. It was so fast. Like even on a bog standard Amiga with like a megabyte of memory and a 7 megahertz processor, which sounds ludicrous today. But you go back and look at some of the stuff that they were doing with that. It was incredible. And you can imagine how much more incredible it was back in like the early to mid 90s when all those things originally came out. Oh, not even earlier than that, actually. Late 80s to early 90s. So, yeah, it was a pretty cool, very innovative era for computing. A lot of new ground being broken and just like just crazy people doing wild things with the hardware that a lot of times they thought, oh, I didn't even know that was possible. So that was a culture I was always really interested in, but I just never learned to program, so I never really got into it in any meaningful way other than as someone who appreciated the work of, a lot of these coder groups and stuff. So nothing was fast enough except, well, unless you were using an Amiga. I don't know if you ever used an Amiga, but it was definitely ahead of its time in terms of being able to move large chunks of data around. It had a lot of, it's kind of like now with PCs, how you have your CPU, which handles all the main system functions, but then anything graphical is handled by your GPU. It was very similar to that, but like an early version of it. It's not like you'd plunk a card in. The actual motherboard had a whole bunch of custom chips on it that had specific designated functions. So whereas PCs were still doing everything just through the central processing unit and nothing else, the Amiga had a CPU for like the main, number crunching. It had 2 additional coprocessors that would handle things like disk operations and memory management and stuff like that. And then it had another chip called, I think it was called the Blitter. And the Blitter was what the graphics would use. It wasn't a full-blown GPU. It was strictly something meant for moving large chunks of data, such as video, around very quickly. So even on, like I say, a bog standard Amiga, you could have full screen 30 frames per second animations. They wouldn't run very long because of the file size, but but the frame rate was consistent, right? So it was pretty cool. Yeah, it had one for sound. It had two for sort of just like disk operations and memory management and stuff like that. It had, I think there was two chips that handled the graphics. I know the Blitter, also known as the Fat Agnes, was the big one, and you could upgrade that as well. There were like sort of slightly, beefier ones you could get to do a little bit more with. And there was another, I think it was the Paula chip, they called it, and it kind of worked together with that to handle the graphical side of things. So what that meant was, with all these coprocessors working in tandem, it took so much of the load off of the CPU. Oh, also, it had a RAM disk where you could actually put, and you didn't have to mount anything. Everything was plug and play. So you could take commands, commonly used command line commands, or commands that were used internally by the boot system of a disk or the operating system, and you could just dump those straight into memory like a disk. I think you had to just tell it where they were, but you could put it in like a standard directory that it would typically look for, like the command directory or something. So you just dump all that stuff in there, and it would just run it straight out of memory, so it wouldn't even have to touch the disk at all. So it was pretty crazy, like, especially for its day. Like, they had some really, really neat ideas, some of which are kind of like the descendants or the ancestors of a lot of the ways modern PCs work. But yeah, it was crazy. Like, just and so you get games and mega demos and animation stuff and whatnot that these independent groups had done that really knew how to take advantage of all that hardware, and they would just do incredible things. They would do mega demos where it would be like running 3D objects, textureless usually, but 3D objects bouncing around the screen at like 60 frames per second. You can find videos of a lot of those mega demos on YouTube now. I definitely recommend checking them out. It's pretty neat. Am I a Triumph fan? Heard of them, don't really know their music off the top of my head. Or same with Billy Talent. It's funny because Rose and I were just talking about Nickelback earlier today, speaking of Canadian bands. That matrix math is pretty... Oh, I know, because they had to figure out the coordinates for everything. I used to do 3D animation with an old program called Videoscape 3D. Really advanced for its day. But this was before the days of object-oriented anything. Because they have object-oriented programming now. But also they had object-oriented 3D animation programs where you literally just drag things around and you just click. It feels a lot more natural and intuitive now. But back then, you'd load in your 3D object, and then you would have to type up a script with coordinates, XYZ coordinates of where that 3D object is going and what it's doing. Then you would have to write another script for the camera. So, if you want your camera to follow the object, say it's like a fighter jet flying along, right? You would have to basically figure out, this is a really simple version of what they would do in these mega demos, but you'd have to figure out where your object is and then position your camera so many points back in order to be able to track it, right? Again, manually inputting in the coordinates, saying how long each sequence is, where the changes are, and so forth. And then you'd had to do a third script that told it where all the lights were, so you could actually see everything. So you'd input all these scripts and your objects into Videoscape and hit render, and then wait
12 hours, and you'd have like a 30-second animation in 320 by 240 resolution, but running at 30 frames per second, and hopefully you had all your coordinates worked out correctly, and you can see everything, and everything's where it should be. So that was fun. So when more advanced programs came out, such as Lightwave 3D a few years later, it was like a godsend. It's like, wait a minute, I can just drag things around to where I need them? Holy crap. That's amazing. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. Not particularly a fan of OOP. Out of print. I don't know what OOP is in this context. Billy Talent, that's a band I've not heard in a while. Love their first 2 albums. All right, Thomas is a fan. Very cool. Oh, object-oriented programming. Sorry, what was I literally just talking about? Object-oriented programming. You prefer to get down to the nitty-gritty? Get your hands dirty, as it were? See, I like it for things like game design, where the focus isn't so much on the grunt work of the programming. Take, like, for example, Unreal Engine. It's very object-oriented, but it's like you just kind of drag things around to where you want. You design your environments and your whatever, or you can import from other sources like Blender or something, and then it's more about just logic, working out the logistics of the game. Press this button, what happens? That door opens, okay, and then, what happens if when you go in there, does it trigger, is there like a floor plate that triggers a trap, or is it something else? And you just kind of work out all the logistics, usually like kind of a logic diagram, and what leads to what results in what, and things like that. And it just takes a lot of the, as I say, it takes a lot of the grunt work out of it, so you can just kind of focus on the creativity and on the game part of the game. So, I mean, it depends what you're doing, I guess. In some cases you want to get down to the nitty gritty, or I mean, in your case, maybe it's just you prefer having a more hands-on approach and having more direct control over everything that's going on in the program. So yeah, I'll have to go. Kapla. All right, kapla to you too. Thanks for stopping by, Toby. Good chat tonight. I'm sure we'll see you again sometime. Oh God, he's going again. He's going again. Lord Almighty, he's going again. There I am doing one of those deeply offensive Southern stereotype accents. To be fair, I do stereotype accents of everybody equally. Tonight, 11:30 a.m. All right. Excellent. It is 3:30 a.m. here. Ah, you're in the UK. I know that time zone. Makes sense. This is around when most of my UK viewers stop by. I see a good chunk of them in the chat, actually. So, yeah. Church is being fidgety again. What you doing, church? Just licking the tail because it's all you can reach? Alright. One time zone off. Am I? What's my British accent like? Oh God. It's probably like a really awful mix of all of them. Do I do the stereotypical Canadian accent? What you talking about, eh? I don't do the stereotypical Canadian accent, eh? I like my I like my back bacon and beer when I'm wearing my toque. Have a bit of poutine. Eh? Will 35mm film make a comeback? No. Gotta let it go. It ain't coming back. It's all digital now. In fact, a lot of the companies that manufacture 35mm film have long since closed down their factories. I know a director, actually, Paul Bunnell, did a film called The Ghastly Love of Johnny X. And he used the last remaining fine-grain black and white film stock that Kodak ever produced before they closed their doors forever. And this was back in the early 2000s, like 15 years ago. So yeah, I think there's still a few companies that will make it, and there's a few directors that will pull some strings to be able to do their film with film, but it's rare. It's very, very niche now. Most just use digital. I notice actually this camera has a slightly grainy texture to the image. It's not offensive to me because to me it just gives it a slightly more filmic texture. But Church, knock it off, dude. It's a lost cause. Just let it go. You're just frustrating yourself, dude. You're not accomplishing anything. You're just making noise. Unless he just likes the sensation. Here, I think I can stop it now. There, okay. I think it's partly the sensation of licking is, pleasurable, I guess. So she'd stop licking the damn collar, yeah, I think I'm going to have to just get him a full-on cone because he keeps finding ways to get around this one, and it's not going to do the job for which we got it if he keeps doing that. That one might work better with the clips. Dude, stop. Stop. Stop it. You keep giving yourself owies. I'm trying to help you get better. You gotta stop the licking. Okay? You gotta stop, buddy. I know it's hard. Here, where are you scratching? Let me see. Here, let me help. Stop. Sure, stop. Let me help. How's that? Okay, good? Yeah. Is it good? Yeah, nice screeches. Is that good? Oh, hey, be nice. Be nice, you. Ugh. Try to help him out. He takes a swat at me. What's this? You ever tried 7-Eleven's Deadly Mystery Drinks exclusive? Nope, because I'm nowhere near a 7-Eleven. I haven't actually lived near a 7-Eleven for a while. Hello? Are you slinking? Oh, there he goes. We'll get a munch. Yeah. Here, let me move this forward for you a little bit. Yeah. Big pile of food for you. Enjoy. definitely can't have this, buddy. It's got chocolate in it. Another Nature Valley. This one is a chewy one. Some dark chocolate, raisins, and what else? I don't know. It's called Trail Mix. Dark chocolate Trail Mix. It's quite good. The Monolith. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. Basically, and I did this for a $60 dare. It's a mix of all self-serve drinks. All the soda, sweets, tea, coffee, chocolate, slushy, everything. And a small bottle of Mad Dog. And a seasoning packet and sauces. Felt drink. I reached a new plane of existence of pain, disgust, and ecstasy. Crazy. I mean, the closest one I know to that would be swamp water. Which is where you just mix all the fountain drinks together. 4 850-gram bars of chocolate. Holy shit. 850 gram, almost a kilogram of chocolate each? Dude. You'll be snacking forever. Or just have a weekend of chocolate bliss. Swamp drink. Yeah, no kidding, eh? I mean, that sounds much more like swamp water than just mixing the fountain drinks together. The fountain drinks at least would just be, you know, sweet and just a crazy mix of flavors. Like, I don't even know. Some of my friends used to love that. They used to have it all the time. Like, oh, I love swamp water. Or they do this similar thing with the Slurpees. Mix all the different Slurpees together, and then as they melt, they become swamp water, essentially. Snacking forever is the plan at 40 pounds. Wow. So basically 10 pounds a piece. 10 pounds for 2 pounds of chocolate, roughly. It's like, reminds me of that bit where Bob and Doug McKenzie were trying to figure out the metric system. And so what you do is you take whatever the number is and you double it, and then you add 30. And then that's the metric number. We're like, okay. So he says, so how much would, like, a 6-pack of beers be? So, okay, 6-pack of beers, so you double it, so 12, right? Okay. And then you add 30. So it would be 42 beers. He's like, wow. I think I'm going to like the metric system. 42 metric beers. Yeah. It wasn't Mad Dog, it was Fireball, apparently also awful. Everybody calls it Mad Dog. That's not actually what it is. The MD does not stand for Mad Dog. It's like Morgan Dave or something. It's like the name of the guy who invented it, basically. But for some reason, in the common vernacular, just through the zeitgeist, it became known as Mad Dog. You can look it up. Don't believe me. Look it up.
Yeah, 42 beers. Yeah. 42 metric beers, which, by their logic is the same. But, where'd he go? Church got real quiet. Well, maybe he went to take a dump. I think he went to take a dump. Monstrous kitty dump. Greetings, everyone. If you're late to the party, Church is in the kind of cone of shame. I tried to get him one that wasn't a cone. It's like a pumpkin. It's like a big collar, but he's still seems to be able to scratch himself. He can't lick himself as much, but yeah, kind of defeating the purpose. So I think we might just have to put him in an actual cone. Yeah. And part of the problem is he won't let us trim his nails. He goes like into kitty fury of teeth and claws if we try to get anywhere near his nails. Quick, film while Church is not licking. Well, yeah, I know. I need him to be kind of settled, not just temporarily quiet for 30 seconds, You can't just do that. I don't know where he went. Oh, wait a minute. He might be in my room. Forgot the window's open. Might be looking out the window. Well, there you are. Hey, George. You go look out the window? Can you sit on that box specifically? Jankiest box in the room. What are you doing? I want you getting into that stuff, buddy. I don't want you getting into those boxes. It's important stuff. Right? Yeah, no. You go out the window. You can go sit on the window if you want. You want to sit at the window? Window's open. Is that fair? No. 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 Leave those boxes alone. Sit there. You can sit there. I don't want you picking at it.
sitting on a box that has a bunch of stuff in it that I really don't want him wrecking. So, yeah. Mogan David, is that what it was? Yeah, something like that, yeah. That's right. Company that also makes that cheap-ass Jewish wine. Huh. My aunt's best friend loves their wine. Loves! And we cringe every time we saw her drink it. Concord Grape. The only Concord Grape thing I know of was Welch's. Welch's grape juice. It's a serious drink. Remember the little kid who was their spokesman for a while, talking about Concord grapes, how Welch's was a serious drink. Okay, all of you cats, just stop being subtly intrusive. What are you doing? Why are you so intensely interested in that rock? Okay, come on. No, stop. Come on. Where are you going? What are you doing? You just go right back to the box again? No. Well, that's fine. You can sit there. That's your cat tree. You can even sleep there. There's a bed and everything. Everything. Now, you would move Mummy's headphones so you can sit on cat tree. Such a whiner. I went to move him off the box and he like audibly went He literally whines. Well, Church isn't licking, but now Eclipse is licking. Seriously, Eclipse? Right now? Oh, shoot me. Alright. I'm fine. 25 people. That's like as many people would be in my classrooms at high school. Oh no! Stage fright! Not really. Hello, class. Welcome to Cat Licking 101. Class is like, work around it! Maybe. Church is sitting on the bottom of the cat tree. There's like a big comfy coffin bed right above him. He's sitting under it. There's an even bigger, comfier coffin bed here. He could sit there. I don't know. How many leave in disgust emotes do you have, Kralatin? I remember you were so excited when we got the Peepo ones. The arrival and departure ones. So we'll have to spend a day adding as many emotes as we possibly can.
Yeah, that one. I love the little pause at the beginning. It was like, I'm out of here. Excellent. I like that one better than the cat one or whatever the hell the other one is. Because he has the little bounce in his step as he goes away. And then the happy arrival. Like, hey. What is that? Cat beating on another cat? Yeah, it's like church. It's like, petting time is over. This fucking, like, the video I edited yesterday was the first of the box openings, and just before we were about to start filming, of course, the cats were going crazy, as you guys know. It's like, oh my god, things are moving around, and there's boxes, and Church was on top of the box that I was going to open, and was being all, he got, like, all hyper. And when he gets hyper, he gets like all floppy and playful and stuff. Wants you to play with him, but he's too rough. You can't get near him, because if you go anywhere near him, he like swipes at you. And yeah, so I just tried to get past, or no, I tried to like move him off the box, and he took a swat at me and sliced right across my hand, right as we're about to start filming. So if you watch the, when the video comes out, you see a Band-Aid on my hand. That's because of Church, from literally like 2 minutes before filming. So, yeah. Hey, Strike Fox! Hello. See that? Yeah, you can see the camera there. I think they're quiet. I go to look, and then I see Church go from behind the cat tree, like looking right at me. Eclipse is watching Church, and then Church is just kind of zoning, but anytime I glance over, he like looks at me. So we're all just staring at each other. Eclipse is loafed. Okay. Talking about the cats, for anyone wondering. Doing okay. Dealing with a combination of ADHD, fueled procrastination, and crazy kitties. Trying to get some filming done for my YouTube. Just some simple update videos, but of course I overthink and overcomplicate, and we've literally been trying to do these since January. Alright, I'm gonna go for a smoke, and then we are filming for whatever nighttime remains.
frozen. There you go. You know, just out on a cat tree. That's a nice big cat tree. Oh, no. Go that way. Okay. Yeah. Jesus, cat. Alright. I think we're just going to push through no matter what craziness occurs because we need to get this done. Church, stop. Stop that. You're literally defeating the purpose of the collar when you do that. Fuck. Gonna have to get him a cone. I'm gonna order one right now, actually. Cool background setup though, much neater than mine, that's for sure. Well, thank you. It's it varies depending on what we're doing. At the moment, I'm filming some Doctor Who collection updates and other British sci-fi for my YouTube channel. So what I do is I can't really fill the whole frame with myself and the collection, so I have the collection on one side of the frame, me more or less in the middle, and then just this is my horror section in the back here, so I do all the horror stuff back here. But yeah, so I just kind of make it this ethereal space of cool lighting, and there's stars too, which you can't see, but it'll show up on camera. So as close to an outer space background as I can get, done mostly with lighting. But yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this is the logo I saw the most growing up. I'm an old schooler. I used to watch the 70s and 80s and 60s era stuff on PBS back in the day when I was a young lad. And Church, knock it off. Stop. You're not accomplishing anything. You're just licking the collar. Stop it. Stop. It's enough. I swear he's trying to undo the thing. Okay, you need to chill, dude. Seriously, you've been like uppity for 2 hours now. Get into that, cats sleep 16 hours a day. Can we get into some of those hours now, maybe? Generally, if he's just like, running around or whatever, I don't care. But it's like when he gets into the mega licking and fidgeting and stuff, it's just, I gotta wait until he calms down because I can't film anything. Any preference for the next Doctor Who Blu-ray set? Well, what's left? Well, I mean, one of two. I'd love to see season 13, which is the all-time greatest season of Doctor Who ever. But I have a feeling that's going to be left pretty much till dead last. Or Pertwee's last season would be great. I don't think that'll be next, though, because they just did a Pertwee set. So, what's left? We got one more season of Peter Davison. We've got complete Colin Baker, complete Sylvester McCoy. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 seasons of Tom Baker left. I think The Key to Time is probably a good bet for the next season, season 16. I think that's probably going to be the next one because it's an easy one to do, and it lets them leave a couple of the big popular key seasons still, like 13 and 11. 11 being Pertwee's last, 13 being Tom Baker's second, and the one of the most popular series. It's also possible they might do
Let me see here. What do they got left? They're doing the Savages next for the animated ones. Where does that put us? Yeah, it's a season 3 story. They've still got a bunch of stuff to do for season 3, like Mission to the Unknown, Mythmakers, Dalek's Master Plan. They have committed to doing animated reconstructions of everything, with looking towards having complete season sets. So we'll get that eventually. Yeah, and I mean, season 1 we just have Marco Polo. Season 2 we got, but they didn't animate those 2 stray episodes of The Crusade, which is annoying. And then from there, yeah, season 4. What is it? Season 4, we just have the Smugglers left, the second last Hartnell story. Season 5, we just have the Wheel in Space. And season 6, we just have the Space Pirates. So if they animate any one of those 3, we could get a complete Troughton season. Between existing episodes and animated reconstructions. But I think realistically they're going to go with whatever is the easiest to do first. So my money for the moment is on the Key to Time season. And we've got one more season of Peter Davison, his last season to do. Season 21. Where is it? Yeah. Which is another pretty popular one for a couple of reasons. We've got Resurrection of the Daleks and The Caves of Androzani on there, which are 2 all-timers. And, yeah, I don't know. So I would say probably another Baker season, simply because, well, actually, you know, I mean, I wonder if they want to keep those in reserve for a bit, because... Well, if they do if they do Key to Time, then that means they've only got one more Baker, one more Davison, one more Pertwee, and then we've got a full run of the 70s and 80s. Crazy to think we've come that far with the Blu-rays, eh? It's awesome. So I think they'll do Key to Time first, because it's the slightly less popular of the 2 remaining Baker seasons, and that would leave, like, 3 fairly popular seasons from the 70s and 80s remaining that they can drop in wherever. And then depending where they go with the I don't know. Honestly, I think they'll probably finish all of those 70s and 80s. And while they're doing that, they'll finish up the animated reconstructions, or at least enough to start putting out season sets of those earlier seasons. So, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So probably Key to Time next, and then we might get, and then maybe, so Key to Time, so season 16, Key to Time, season 21, final Davison, and then season 11, final Pertwee, and then finally season 13, and then by then, we should have some stories that can give us full 60s seasons as well, and then I think then I think they'll start diving into the 60s seasons. So that's my guess. So I think the next batch will be 16, 21, 11, and 13, in that order specifically. Then I think we're going to get a Troughton season, while they're still filling in the gaps on season 3. Then, yeah. Maybe season 4, because season 4 has most of its stories done. We just need that one, the Savages, or not the Savages, the Smugglers. And then, oh no, they need the Highlanders too. I knew there was another one. Yeah, so Highlanders and Smugglers. I don't know. It'd be great to get season 1. Can we just get like a big deluxe animated Marco Polo, please? We've been wanting it for so long. That'd be amazing. Or if they find them and just haven't told us, you know. I don't know. What you doing? Why are you on in crazy mode, Church? Church, stop. You can't do it. He's like getting super frustrated now trying to lick himself. Stop. Psst. Hey, 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 stop that. Stop. You're giving yourself owies. That's the whole reason you got that collar on. He's like just going nuts over there. I can't. If it's like normal crazy, I can deal with it. But if he's just like, yeah, calm down, buddy. Yeah, don't stare directly into the light. He looked at the light and was like, yeah. I play a lot of video games. It would take too long to go into. But generally, I lean towards horror games. I play Fortnite every so often, usually with the viewers. That's fun. Play a lot of retro games. Play a lot of grand, epic, sprawling RPGs, especially sci-fi ones, and post-apocalyptic stuff. So I like Fallout and Mad Max, things like that. Yeah, lots of stuff. Also, I enjoy very story-focused games, and I'll often do full playthroughs of those types of games, and then chop them up into episodes, kind of like a Netflix series. Make sure each one leaves off with a cliffhanger, and I'll put those on my YouTube. So, I usually do those around Halloween, usually horror. So, yeah. Which season had Adric? That was season 17 and 18. Or, sorry. 17 and... No. God, I wish they numbered these probably. Is 18 and 19. That's what it was. Yeah. Introduced in season 18, departed in season 19. No spoilers. But, games are my fave. Red Dead Redemption is awesome. I love both of them. I need to get back to the second one, actually. Yeah, Last of Us. Yeah, I did a full playthrough of both Last of Us and the DLC one a few Halloweens ago. Great stuff. But, yeah, epic storyline to those. Yeah, I played the first Red Dead Redemption all the way through. I have not finished the second one. I need to get back to it one of these days. But really like what I did play of it. 100%. And GTA 5 story mode. I have played the story mode on GTA 5. The way God intended on the PS3. Yeah, played that one a while ago. Haven't bothered with all the umpteen remasters and re-releases of it. Haven't played GTA Online. Really have no interest in that. I'm not into like MMO type stuff. More of a solo player guy. So glad to see we're finally getting a GTA 6. You know, it'd be nice to have a big storyline again to enjoy. So. Oh, did he go? He went. I think he went poop. Eventually, GTA 6. Yeah, well, we got that incredible teaser trailer a few months back, which got everybody drooling. As to when it's coming out, who knows? Also waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. Feels like we've been waiting about the same amount of time for that one. But love Skyrim. I played through the main campaign on that. I still got probably a ton of story, like side missions to do, but what was that? Oh my God, church. What is he getting into? Church, what are you getting into? Get out of there. enjoy the fresh air, buddy. All right. Yeah, I think he just scampered across the boxes to get to the window where I have the window open. He likes to get some fresh air. All right, that's good. That's fine, because he's in the other room. Okay. Playing a lot of Skyrim. Yeah, it really sucks you in, eh? Great story. I know a lot of people like to use mods with it. I just play vanilla, but I have the special edition version, so it's, you know, it's pretty enough for me. I just started a replay of Far Cry 2. Yes, Far Cry 2 for the first time since it was new, basically. Played that one on the PS3 as well. This time I'm playing it on PC in glorious 4K. Pretty nice. I mean, it still looks like a 2008 game, but it looks way crisper than it did before. And I mean, compared to the PS3, you know, I mean, it's a night and day difference. Doing defeating the main dragon, but haven't done it yet. Yeah, it's I mean, thankfully it's one of those types of games where you can complete the main quest and still go and do all the side quests after if you want. I'm one of those weirdos though that likes to do all the side quests first, so that I'm ridiculously OP by the time I get to the end of the main story. So yeah, you're an orc called Twilight Sparkle. With Scritch the Skeever always with me. Nice. My companion was a guy I met in a farm who was named Eric with a K. And he wanted to, he was bored with the farm life and wanted to be an adventurer. His father was trying to discourage him. But I was like, he can come with me. That's fine. And he just ended up being the subject of so much comedy because he was so eager and so excited about everything and always standing in the damn door. So I would have to literally Fuzro Da him gently to get him out of the door. You know the dude I'm talking about? Yeah. So I traveled with him like forever because my first companion, Lydia, most people just stick with Lydia. Liked Lydia, she was great, but I went into some dungeons that we were a little underpowered for, to say the least, and she ended up getting killed. Yes, my companion actually completely died, and so I was like, well, I need somebody. So I guess Eric was one of the first people I met. He seemed eager and, you know, ready for action, so I took him with me, and it was great. We had many adventures together, and eventually I had to let him go because one of the other missions I needed somebody else specifically, and you can only have one companion at a time, so I had to let him go. But then after I was finished with everything I had to do, I went back to the farm and found him in the tavern, and I was like, hey, and he's like, hey, and then he's like, it's you! Oh my god, it's you! He was like so happy to see me. It was hilarious. Chris kept stepping. Oh, the pressure plate thing. Oh my god, yes. So many things where I'd like walk into like one of those dungeons with one of those swinging spike doors, or like spike walls that would come out. So you'd of course walk around the thing, right? But then Eric just do, and then wham, gets slammed into the wall over and over again. So we just stand there watching. It's like, come on, Eric, you can do it. Hilarious. And power through Disco Elysium. Yeah, that's what I've been meaning to play for a while, actually. I hear it's great. I did play The Outer Worlds, which came out around the same time as that. Really enjoyed that one. I have the Serena with you. I have now I have like a vampire girl with me. I forget what her name is. Is that Serena? I can't remember. But yeah, I have her with me most of the time. So I retired Eric, and now he's regaling everybody back at the homestead in the tavern with his adventures. And yes, and I think his father was grateful to me that I made sure he didn't get killed. Like, well, after what happened with Lydia, I was a little more protective. So, you know, because it's funny, it was kind of like the other way around, because Lydia was the seasoned, battle-hardened veteran initially, and that you go with when you're starting out. So it's like the roles reversed. So I was then the mentor, and Eric was the rookie. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I like that aspect of it, that you can have all kinds of different companions with you, and it really does kind of impact the experience you have in a lot of different ways. So whenever I did the Legionnaires run. So if I do a Stormcloak run at some point, I'll probably see about maybe having someone else with me and see what kind of different story, little character moments we can have. You're a vampire lord and accidentally started the companions, turning me into a werewolf instead, but I was able to get bitten again. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think that was it too, because when the vampires have certain powers. I mean, obviously you take damage during the daytime, but that's okay. I'm a night person anyway. Can you tell? And is it any surprise? I like the vampire stuff. Yeah. That's lunch done. Heading off. Hope you get some filming done. Catch you later. Excellent. I hope so too. Excellent. All right. Now that things are quiet, all right. Enjoying the conversation, but I got to get into work mode here, so let's get into some filming, shall we? Hi, church. Sorry, did you hear me say let's do some filming, and then that prompted you to come out? Well, let's try here. All right. I just gotta double check the. Where's the chair? Oh, hold on. Like that. So you can see I can, I don't know how you can see that, but I can scroll around, zoom in and scroll around the image, and that's specifically for the purposes of focusing. It's a digital zoom you can only use when you're not recording. It's basically to get laser sharp focus. And there we go. Let's just see. Can you see everything? Yeah, that's about as good as it's going to get, I think. Alright. Flip that around. There we go. And thank you for the follow, Strike Fox. Appreciate that. Angle's a little weird, so okay, so what can we see here? Yeah, so this is videos, DVDs, Blu-rays, books, coffee table books, and graphic novels. We recording? Yes. Okay. Let's bring these over here.
I am Zarin Izarak everywhere. So, my YouTube channel is the same name. Sorry, this freaking eczema. Little flaky bits. Very annoying. In fact, I think there's a link to it on my my significant socials on my Twitch channel page, like the main channel page. You should see everything there. All right. Oh, hey, Church. He's sitting on the couch. A little more comfy, I think. Yeah, it's a good spot. Just check. Okay, no. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray and DVD update. Yes, not Doctor Who this time, but Doctor Who peripherally related. Yeah, well, if you looked at the title of the video, you probably have a good idea of what this is going to be. So let's get right into it. Got some new Blake 7 stuff. That's right. Battling the Federation. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. There will be an edit there. Welcome back. So, as most of you will know, a while back I picked up the Blake 7 DVD collection, and this is the 40th anniversary edition. Quite nice. I did a closer look at it. Wonderful collection, really nice extras. Great to have all of the episodes in their original PAL format, and just terrific. And of course, the main reason I bought it was because I got sick and tired of waiting for Blake 7 to get some kind of North American release. Yeah, it's actually not had a release of any kind on any format in North America since the 80s. When they put out all 52 episodes in a 26-volume VHS set. I think I talked about that in the closer look, actually. Yeah, and to add insult to injury, some of the episodes were censored. At least the first one was. I don't know if very many others were, but just annoying that there were any cuts at all. Like, why? It's home video of a show that was on television. Why are you censoring it? Anyway, it's been a long wait for Blake 7 to appear on our shores again. So, thankfully, region coding doesn't really mean much to me, especially now with the new setup and everything. I can just rip Blu-rays and DVDs if I need to. Plus, I have a region-free player and all that fun stuff. So, it was a no-brainer to pick up the DVD set. And then, of course, no sooner do I pick up the DVD set, then it was announced for Blu-ray. Well, to be fair, a few years later, but still, I still haven't watched everything on the DVD set, and there's already a Blu-ray collection coming out. Now, the nice thing about the Blu-ray collection is it is getting the deluxe treatment, much like Doctor Who has been with their classic releases. So, needless to say, I picked up the Blu-ray set of Blake 7, and specifically the UK release, just because I've become a bit of a purist in recent years in terms of getting things in their native format rather than converted to NTSC 30 frames per second all the time. And much like the Doctor Who sets, this is encoded in 1080i, which means that the studio footage, which is all shot on video, retains that video look, and at the correct frame rate. So it would have been 25 interlaced frames originally on British television. This is, again, 25 interlaced frames, which, if you watch it through a compatible player, will actually play back at 50 progressive frames, preserving that video look and giving you a slightly sharper picture. This also has, they kind of did the Star Trek treatment. You know, remember when they did the Blu-rays of Star Trek, the original series, and they had the option to watch it with the remastered original effects or the new CG effects that they did, which were honestly quite respectful of the original effects, just updating them to a little bit more modern spec and getting them to match a little better with the live action footage. Well, they've essentially done the same thing with Blake 7. Now, I know from what I've seen, fans are a little bit split on how good or not good the CG effects are, but I think they're really good, personally, and I think they did a really good job of, you know, staying respectful of the original while also updating them to, you know, make them a little less janky, shall we say. Although, if you like the old school effects, much like the Star Trek set, they include them here as well. So let's just shove the old DVD set over, and we'll take a slightly closer look, not a full-blown closer look. I think I'm going to wait for all 4 series to come out before I do like a big closer look video for you. But in the meantime, we'll take a little look at the artwork on the cover there. I have insert shots, so we're just going to do the audio for that insert shot. So we'll just move this over a little bit. There we go. So here we have, whoops. So here we have a lovely look at the cast. Beautiful painted renditions of them, and we got the Liberator there, and all kinds of cool stuff. And then, if we just flip it around, we can take a look at what's on the back and what the contents are. Actually, I'm going to redo that. And then, if we just flip it around, we can take a peek at the contents. And then again, we'll cut away to the insert shot, and I'll just read the back here while we're looking at that. So, updated special effects on all 13 episodes. Now, what they don't mention there is that they also have the original effects. So don't worry, they have both. It's just like the Star Trek sets. An archival documentary, the previously unreleased making of Blake 7, featuring extensive interviews with the cast and crew. That is really cool. Hold on. Now that is really cool that they included that, because I remember when that documentary came out. It was originally produced with the intent of putting it on the original DVD releases back in the early 2000s, but for whatever reason it wasn't included. So I remember the guy who made those documentaries just released them to the public for people to enjoy. And I don't even remember where I saw them, but I found them online somewhere, and they were directly from the guy who made them. And he says, yeah, I made all these documentaries for the BBC Blake 7 sets, and they never used them. Well, now, finally, literally 20 years later, cat is going right by my feet. So now, finally, literally 20 years later, these have been unearthed from the archives and are being included on the Blu-ray sets. So he did 4 documentaries, as far as I know, 1 for each series, and well, we're being able to. Holy fuck! So he did 4 documentaries, as far as I know, 1 for each series, and at long last, the world can see them, which is pretty cool. Because as I recall, it's been a long time since I watched them, but as I recall, they were pretty nice documentaries, very thorough, and featuring tons of interviews with cast and crew, many of whom, sadly, are no longer with us. So it's great to be able to have that finally available in some kind of official form. So, carrying on. Fucking cats. So carrying on, we have In Conversation, a Matthew Sweet interview with actor Sally Knivet, who is, of course, who the fuck was she? What was
her name? Oh my god, I blanked on the character names. Jenna. That's who it was, Jenna. Oh my god. So, carrying on, we have In Conversation. Now, this, I mean, they do these for Doctor Who as well. Matthew Sweet doing in-depth interviews with cast and crew. So in this case, he has a big interview with Sally Nivette, who of course played Jenna. Then we have a Stephen Grief tribute, a look at the life and career of the first incarnation of Travis. Archive treats, got BBC continuity, TV coverage, and music from the Blake 7 vinyl record. HD photo galleries with previously unseen images, a whole bunch of stuff from the DVDs, so featurettes, audio commentaries, and more, and a PDF written archive with production paperwork, scripts, studio floor plans, and much more available for the first time. So, needless to say, a pretty nicely loaded set. And this is only Series 1. There's 3 more to come. So, yeah, they're literally doing the deluxe treatment that they've been doing for Doctor Who. But the nice thing is, if you're in North America, importing the PAL version isn't really an option for you for technical reasons or other reasons. It's being released pretty quick after... The turnaround time is pretty quick for the North American releases. Unlike the Doctor Who sets, as most of us will know, they come out months later. They used to be pretty fast, but then they slowed them down for some reason, and they've been slow ever since. But Blake 7, I think the North American release of this came out about two or 3 months, if that, after the UK release. So, yeah, you're covered either way. And it's the exact same contents on both. As far as I know, nothing is missing. So... It's very similar to the standard cases of the Doctor Who set, where we have a slip box like that. We have a booklet with all kinds of beautiful full-color photos, and we got contents of all the discs, stuff like that, and yeah, just beautiful. And then, of course, the case itself, oversized keep case, lovely artwork. I think it's a wraparound cover, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Here, get a little zoom in on that. There we go. We'll do it more properly when we do the closer look. And then the discs themselves just got the Blake 7 logo on them, quite snazzy. And there we go. And I gotta say, like, they've really gone out with the quality here. Each disc only has, like, 2 episodes on it. And there we go. Except the last one. The last one has 3 episodes on it. So, very nice. Very nice indeed. So, getting my Blake 7 on, I wanted to really go all out. So, let's put this over here. And there was something else I wanted to get that I had heard about a while back and had been on my radar for some time. Now, some of you may recall a series called The Doctors that was put out by Real Time Pictures. And it's actually a series of DVDs that compiled together episodes of Mythmakers, which was an interview series that was available exclusively through mail order, direct from Real Time Pictures back in the 80s and 90s. Created by Keith Barnfather and Nicholas Briggs, who many of you may know as the voice of the Daleks in the current Doctor Who series, but also as one of the co-founders and primary writers for Big Finish Productions, who do a lot of audio productions for Doctor Who, also for Blake 7. They've done a whole bunch that with the surviving cast that kind of continue the story or do alternate stories, that sort of thing. Well, in addition to doing tons and tons of Doctor Who interviews, they also did a series of interviews with Blake 7 alumni. This is absolutely invaluable. So what do we have on here? This came out around the 40th anniversary. I think that's when it first popped up on my radar, was around the same time I bought the DVD set. So this has 7 documentaries, appropriately enough.
We have in-depth interviews. Now, all of these interviews were done like ages ago, so a lot of them are with people who are no longer with us, and sadly we're not able to participate in the extras for the Blake 7 Blu-ray set. I should mention also there's a new feature-length documentary on here featuring, it was featuring, I think it was Jan Chappell and Sally Nivette, basically reminiscing about the show and stuff like that, and it also served as a kind of a behind-the-scenes thing. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece, and I highly recommend watching that. I mean, all the extras on it are great. They got some archival stuff on there as well, such as the actors reading the character profiles for their characters, like the original character profiles when the show was still kind of being developed and such. So it was like how the characters were described to the actors, I guess, or in the show Bible or what have you. And they're just kind of reading them and seeing how close it was to how their characters ended up being on the show, and some of them are quite funny. So, this Real-Time Pictures double disc set, absolute must-buy if you're a Blake 7 fan. We've got interviews with Gareth Thomas, who of course played Blake, Jan Chappell, who was Callie, Michael Keating, who was Villa, Jacqueline Pierce, who was Servalan, Stephen Grief, the original Travis, Peter Tuddenham, who was the voices of Zen, Orak, and Slave, and finally Matt Irvine, who was the special effects guy. I actually have a Doctor Who book, The Making of Doctor Who, or Doctor Who Effects or something like that, that was written by Matt Irvine. Really interesting stuff. So, anyway, I highly recommend this one. It's all of the interviews are conducted by Nicholas Briggs himself. Church, knock it off. Church, psst, stop it. Oh my God, hold on. Church, psst, stop it. It's enough. That's enough. Just lay down. Just lay down. Just calm down, buddy. Okay? I know it's frustrating, but you gotta try to relax. Okay? Just relax. Here you go. Relax. Stop. Oh my God. Church, stop. You're not accomplishing anything. Licking his collar, or the sort of cone of shame thing. So yeah, I can't recommend this highly enough, and that goes for all of the Real-Time Pictures stuff, honestly. They're just wonderful, in-depth interviews with everybody who was anybody in the entire history of Doctor Who, and touching on a lot of other British sci-fi as well. And there we go. That is basically it for this update, but certainly not an insignificant one. So, church, stop. Psst. Psst. Stop. God damn it, cat. Stop. It's enough. Just lay down. Stop. Ugh. Like, it serves zero purpose. He gets nothing from licking the thing. It's just because he can't lick his itches or whatever, so he's licking that and being annoying and loud. Oh my God, let me finish like the last 30 seconds here, cat. Anyway, that is it for this update. Not an insignificant one. I should mention Series 2 is already up for pre-order. No release date at the time of this recording, but this is the temp art. I don't know if that's the permanent art. I'm assuming it's not, because the other the other, I mean, the cover for the first one has more of a, like, collage of characters and spaceships and stuff from it. It's quite a nice cover. But the one that's, well, as you just saw, the one that's up for Series 2 is just the Liberator. So, I don't think they're going to go quite that simple. I mean, they did for the, what is it? The interior art. Yeah, the interior art. In fact, I think this is the same picture. So, yeah, I guess that's it. They don't have the main box yet, but anyway, just nice to see it listed and that it's kind of imminently on its way. So, as I've been starting to do with the Doctor Who releases myself, I'll probably be continuing to pick up the UK versions because I do like the more accurate presentation of the video footage. That is a big selling point for me personally. So, yeah. But that's me. If you rather just get the North American release and spare yourself all the hassle of having to deal with, well, I mean, they're region free, but having to deal with the different frame rates and stuff, maybe your player doesn't play PAL frame rate, who knows? Then at least you have the comfort of knowing there's a North American release. But I mean, the big exciting part of that is there's a North American release, which we haven't had in, like, literally 40 years. So, it's great to see Blake 7 finally making its way over to our shores again. And hopefully a lot of you who've never had the chance to see the show before are getting to experience it for the first time in the best quality it's ever been in, too. So, great stuff. Can't wait to pick up the other 3 sets. That is it from me to you for now. So, hope you enjoyed. Until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. There will be a lot of licking in the background. But I think we'll survive somehow. By some miracle, we'll survive. So I'll put these books down here maybe for now. Sure, we'll just put them there. Because we need the space. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Let's do, not that you guys can see, but here. Well, you guys can see. They can't see on the camera at home. There we go. Yeah, put that there. That's another reason I want to get these updates done, is so I can actually get everything into its forever home on the collection shelf, and then we can go through that. Actually, looks pretty nice. One thing I like about these is their matte finish. And is it spot gloss? I don't think this one is spot gloss. No, this is all matte. The DVD set was spot gloss. I don't know how well you can see that. It's hard to pick up. There, you can kind of see on the logo there. And then here as well. And then on the back, the Liberator, the spaceship, is spot gloss. You know who does really nice spot gloss covers, like matte covers with spot gloss highlights? Vinegar Syndrome. Great boutique label. Watching on 2 different devices, yeah. The 4K seems to come through a little with a little less fuss on the YouTube side. I know what a lot of people do is they'll watch on YouTube and chat on Twitch, because the Twitch side has a more robust chat options. So, yeah, there's a bit of a bitch getting the settings right to even be able to broadcast in 4K, but it seems to be working quite nicely. Alright, I have to pee. I'll be back. And we'll do, excuse me, Maybe we'll do a Doctor Who one, because we have, I have the latest batch of animated reconstructions to do, and we can get those going. Yeah, no, it's okay. I have the insert shots for those. Alright, I'll be back. What's that you say? I should have some more of this delicious pesto chicken? Why, I don't mind if I do. Mmm. Mm-hmm. I've been nibbling on this all night. Fun talking to you, bro, and go watch my YouTube vids, but I gotta go. So, Bale, I did sub to your YouTube. You can probably see you on my feed. Yeah. I'm basically working on a big batch of vids. They're going to go up sometime in the spring and summer. These will be among them, obviously. But in the meantime, if you like the gaming stuff, there's quite a lot of playlists there you can check out of my past playthroughs, big and small. So enjoy. Not a lot. I've only got about 5,000 videos on my YouTube. I'm an OG. I've been there since 2006. So, yeah. Anyway, have a good one, dude. Alright, that one's done. Saying goodbye on both sides. Very thorough. Very David Thoreau.
Timey-Wimey Tuesdays. Sorry, just... I don't know if I did insert shots of these, did I? Let me double check. We did most of the insert shots for these in January, so I've kind of forgotten if there's any that we didn't get around to doing. Let's see. Oh no, we did all these. Okay, good. Oh, and we did the Blake 7 DVDs as well. Good. And the other one. Okay, we basically did everything. Excellent. Good. We were very thorough. Excuse me. Or don't. I'm not the boss of you. Ugh. How much daylight or nighttime do we have left? Oh, God, like an hour. Well, if we can at least knock out a couple more, then that will be good. Are we recording? Yes. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh. Yeah. I was going to... What can we see here? Yeah. Sounds like a sprinkler. Hold on. Let's put these over here. Those over there. And we'll do this. A little haphazard, but as long as everything's on the shelf. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Doctor Who Blu-ray update. Got a trio of steelbooks this time around, and not just any steelbooks. No, yeah. We'll just start over. I prefer when I do it in one take. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Whoa! They were sliding off my lap. Maybe we'll cross the legs here, create a little bit more balance. Okay.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Got a trio of steelbooks this time around, but not just any steelbooks, no. As you may know, I've been collecting the animated reconstructions of the missing episodes in the special steelbook editions basically since they started. And, well, I had a little bit of catching up to do. So, I got caught up. And that's it. See you next time. Oh, you want to know which ones I got? Well, let's take a look. Animated reconstruction Doctor Who missing episodes steelbooks. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Fucking cat. I thought you went to sleep. Church, stop! Psst! Stop it. Church. Why do you keep doing that? It accomplishes nothing. Stop. Stop doing that. Just go to sleep. It's sleeping time now. What shelves can we see there? Yeah, you can see everything. Alright, well. Okay. Welcome back. Well, first up, I should mention one of these is not actually an animated reconstruction, but a special sort of a special belch. Welcome back. I should mention one of these titles is not actually an animated reconstruction, but rather a special alternative presentation, I guess, of a story. You might know what it is. You might already guess, but I'll show you. We have, from the 60th anniversary celebration, Daleks in color. Yeah, this is the, or the Daleks in color. So this is the colorized and heavily cut down and re-musicked version of the original story of the Daleks, featuring the first Doctor. So I'll just put this up here, and you can take a little gander at the cover. Kind of cool, psychedelic cover. Yeah, short version. What are my thoughts on it? Well, I thought the colorization actually was pretty good. I'm not usually a fan of colorization of black and white stuff, but you know, I thought they did a decent enough job with it, and I get why they're doing that. It's to kind of introduce new viewers to the older episodes, but present them in a way that might be a little more accessible. Now, I think they went a little overboard with the tinkering in this case. First off, the original story of the Daleks was a 7-part story, and some people complain about the pacing, and it definitely does feel padded in some parts. There's no question about that. But I love the story in its original uncut form. I like that it's kind of a slow burn, and it takes its time with the mystery and the intrigue and so forth. And then the whole thing about convincing the Thals to fight back and such, and all the various machinations of the Daleks to try to get to the Thals and stuff like that. It's just a great, simple, straightforward sci-fi serial, and you know, with some not so subtle socio-political allegories to you know, Nazis and things like that. But it's great. I love it. And so the big problem I had with it was that they cut it down to 75 minutes. That's just too short, honestly. And being very familiar with the original, I've watched it many a times. I did a review, an in-depth review of it a while back. And I was just very acutely aware of what had been cut out. Sorry, I got the other two on my lap here, and they're sliding off. And I feel like they cut out some stuff that was some of the good stuff. You know what I mean? In fact, a lot of the specific moments that I talk about in my old review, you know, maybe I'll link that review down below if you want to check that out. It's from, I did it around the time of the 50th anniversary, actually, and meant to do more of them. My apologies to those of you who enjoyed that series, by the way, and are wondering when I will continue it. The answer is, I don't know. Possibly never, but it's something I would like to chip away at some point in time, maybe in the future. But, yeah, so I mean, you'll notice there's a lot of sort of key moments in the story, or standout moments in the story that I talk about in that review. They're all gone from the cut down version. Now, that said, at least, thankfully, the physical media release of the Daleks in color also includes the original version, so you have both. The other issue I had with the Daleks in color, not just the length, not just the stuff that was cut out, and a lot of people complained about this, and I'm hesitant to make this complaint because I normally really like this guy's music. The score by Mark Ayres is just too overblown and too over the top and too loud and bombastic and intrusive, quite frankly. Especially in the latter half. Like, the first half is pretty good. It stays fairly low-key and, you know, helps to maintain the mystery and so forth. But as it gets later into the story, it's just so over the top that it becomes a distraction. It's like this like, as I say, very bombastic, adventure-y music that just does not fit the tone of that story at all, I didn't think. So, you know, did some great scores back in the 80s, but I gotta say that one was a bit of a miss. Anyway, an interesting curiosity, and one that I certainly wanted for the collection for that curiosity. And as I said, as much as I disagreed with some of the judicious cuts that were made and the overblown score, I thought the colorization itself wasn't too bad, and I actually kind of like to have that as an option, if only, you know, as a truncated version. In terms of the length, I feel like if they had at least done it as 90 minutes, you know, instead of like crunching it down to 75, I feel like just that extra 15 minutes would have given a few more moments, a bit more time to breathe. And it seemed like they were really paranoid about the pacing, like, oh god, it's way too slow for a modern audience. We have to make it faster, 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 faster. And it's like, it's not a fast story. You can't, like, force it to be a fast modern story because it isn't. You know what I mean? Anyway, so much for a short review. I meant to just kind of briefly touch on that. But anyway, there you go. A little bonus review for you. So let's take a look at the contents on here. I don't think there's a ton of stuff, but it's a nice little package. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have a bonus featurette and the original black and white episodes, and that's it. Anyway, let's just take a brief gander here. Yeah, there we go. So, quite nice. I'll do a proper closer look at these at some point. I usually do, but just to give you sort of a brief idea. So we got 2 discs and an ad pamphlet of stuff, and just like psychedelic patterns inside, and that's basically it. So that's cool. Whatever. Yeah, where are we going here? There we go. I do like, by the way, their choice of logo for the 60th anniversary. Like, just a modernized version of the classic Diamond logo. Yeah, I remember the Diamond logo was, like, the logo for the longest time. Let's put this there. I'm going to put it all together. Alright, and then we have this one. I thought they did a great job of, and I'm really glad that they revisited it, because I do have the original DVD release that just had very slapdash photo reconstructions for the 2 missing episodes. We have a fully animated version, but it also includes the existing episodes, if you prefer to watch it that way. The Underwater Menace. Yeah. notable in that it is the earliest surviving complete episodes of Patrick Troughton's era. They have episodes. What is it? Episode 2 and 3. That's what it was. Yeah. So this one, however, this is a pretty nicely deluxe set. So let's put that on there. So previously, the way I would watch The Underwater Menace is with the 2 existing episodes, and I actually have a fan-made photo reconstruction of the 2 missing episodes that I think is vastly superior to the BBC one. And it doesn't include anything that doesn't exist. Like, they didn't create anything new for it or use AI or some stupid crap like that. No, it's just existing photos and clips from those 2 episodes, and then anything else they can drop in to kind of fill in the blanks and use the audio. And it used the audio from the old BBC CD releases of the audio track with accompanying narration for the parts where it's not too clear what's going on from the sound. And it was a very nice presentation. It was done by a fan who went by the name of TARDIS Matrix, I think, like years ago. I found them on Daily Motion. They're long gone now, sadly, so I'm glad I grabbed them when I did. I imagine there was some question of legality there, but it's nice to have them as an alternate presentation. I really enjoy seeing what the fans come up with for those missing episodes, and I've seen some really, I mean, like, of course, most of you will probably be familiar with the reconstructions that Loose Cannon did way back when. Those were really good at the time, but I feel like a lot of subsequent fan reconstructions, especially since more photos or clips have surfaced, and then of course having the cleaned up CD audio, really makes a difference. Even though they're unofficial, it just gives you a nice alternative presentation for those types of things. So yeah, I always keep an eye out for that kind of thing, and drop them into the personal archives wherever possible. So anyway, that said, it was great to see that they finally revisited The Underwater Menace and did proper animations for the 2 missing episodes. And if you prefer a more uniform experience, you can watch all 4 episodes animated in color or black and white. In my case, the way I prefer to watch these is with whatever surviving episodes there are, and then I only watch the animated versions of the missing episodes. Call me a purist, I guess. And always the black and white version. I almost never watch the color version. One story I would absolutely make an exception for in that case, though, Marco Polo. When we get an animated version of Marco Polo, yes, I will remain forever the optimist. And actually, I have good reason for that now, too, which if you haven't heard, I will tell you in a moment. That's one case where I would absolutely love to see a color version, because when they were making it, they wished they could have filmed it in color, but color just hadn't happened yet on British television. And I mean, I guess they could have shot it on color film, but it would have been prohibitively expensive. But it's notable in that it's the first historical story, but also has a lot of very elaborate sets and costumes, very colorful sets and costumes. And, being a missing story, it has an absolute wealth of material because they took so many photos on set of the costumes and sets and everything. There's a ton of reference material. And just looking at those and color photos, too, like genuine color photos, looking at those, you can see how beautiful all the work was. So that's one I think would really benefit from the color version. And that's an exception I would make. In fact, the Loose Cannon reconstruction, which I mentioned earlier, did a wonderful reconstruction where not only did they get the guy who played Marco Polo to do a little introduction scene in character as Marco Polo, like he's writing his memoirs and remembering that time he met the stranger with the odd caravan. He referred to the TARDIS as a caravan, and does a nice little intro for the story. And then they did their reconstruction. The only time they ever did this for one of the historicals or one of the 60s stories, they did their reconstruction in color. So using all the existing color photos, and then colorizing the rest, I guess. But really cool. So
that is absolutely the one story that I would make the exception for the 60s era, and watch the color version if they do one. And it looks like they might, because it was announced recently that the animation team is now fully committed to animating every single missing episode. And my question is are we going to get a re-release of season 2 with the 2 episodes of The Crusade animated? We can only hope. Probably be the absolute last thing they do. But that means that at some point they will be doing an animated Marco Polo, if they haven't secretly found the episodes. It's really odd that that one's missing, you know, because the first couple seasons actually got pretty wide international distribution, and Marco Polo was included in that package and got just as widely distributed as all the other stories. They've recovered darn near all of them, except for a few stray episodes. But for some odd reason, nothing has been recovered of Marco Polo. Not a single episode. There's not even any clips. There's nothing. We have the audio tracks that fans recorded back when it originally aired, and that's it. And then, well, and all the aforementioned set photos and stuff. So, yeah, needless to say, when that gets the animated treatment, I am jumping on it. I've been waiting so long for that. Watched the Loose Cannon one, I don't know how many times. Read the novel. You know, it's great. It's a great story. It's one of the all-time great historicals. I can't wait to see it get the animated treatment. So it's great to know that they finally committed to that. And the reason they committed to that is what I've been saying all along. You know, finish the animations and you can start doing 60s sets, you know? And then we can get some of that going. So, and actually get full season sets of the 60s era, which will be wonderful. I imagine that'll be a lot of discs, considering these individual sets are usually 2 or 3 discs. So 2 or 3 discs per story, plus they had like 40-something episodes per season back then. They were much longer seasons. So, yeah, there's going to be some pretty beefy sets, I think. But anyway, let's get back to the Underwater Menace, shall we? Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but that's something I figured was relevant to this particular update because, of course, we're talking about the animated reconstructions. So here's the contents, and as you can see, as with most of the animated reconstruction releases, this is pretty nicely loaded with extras. So we've got episodes 1 through 4, as I mentioned, both fully animated. Even the existing episodes. So they've got episodes 1 through 4 in black and white and color. The original surviving episodes 2 and 3. And they've also got photo reconstructions of episodes 1 and 4. Now, I think those are different than the ones that were on the DVD release. So these ones, I haven't watched these ones because I'm just quite pleased with the ones I already have. So I'll have to take a look at those at some point and see if they're better than the ones that were on the DVD. There's a making of special. They got original audio commentaries. They got scenes that were censored in Australia. Those originally appeared on the Lost in Time DVDs, I think. The Man from Middits, I'm not sure what that is. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Introduction by Fraser Hines. BBC South Today report, which I think is about, and BBC Radio Solent piece. I think that's about the recovery of episode 2, I think, because they had one of the episodes for a long time, and then one of the others was recovered more recently, and that's around the time that and then a couple years after that they put out the DVD set. Photo gallery, animation gallery, and PDF material. And there we go. So that is the Underwater Menace. Now, what did I think of this one? Well, I mean, as a story, it's kind of middle of the road. The villain in this, Zaroff, who I always think of as Zarkov, Flash Gordon. What can I say? Grew up on the old serials, and another old serial. The villain is just fun. He's very over the top, megalomaniacal, kind of mad scientist type. And I don't know, I just always had a soft spot for those kind of, tropey villains. And yeah, it's fun. And I mean, it's nice to see Patrick Troughton quite early in his role as the Doctor. I think it's only his third story. Very nicely settling into the role. There are some cool like visual pieces, like with the fish people and stuff like that, and there are some neat ideas. This is one of several stories that take place in Atlantis. There's a few stories about Atlantis gets destroyed several times and several different ways in Doctor Who. There's a lot of fan theories about that. I won't get into that now. Maybe another time. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun kind of middle of the road story. Nothing too spectacular about it, but it's fine for what it is. So let's slot this in. I think it goes there between Power of the Daleks and the Macra Terror. Let me just pull out my ancient Doctor Who program guide, revised edition. This covers the classic series and only the classic series. So let me just take a quick peek here. Where does Underwater Menace fit in? It's pretty early on, I know. Yes, so in terms of the animated reconstructions, it would go between Power of the Daleks and the Macra Terror. Animation quality, I thought was pretty good. I don't think anything has quite reached the pinnacle that was the Macra Terror, but it's pretty damn close, and I'd say it's a perfectly acceptable entry. And it is in the 2D style, which most people seem to prefer, myself included. Just going to pause here because we're almost at our 29-minute limit. Last, but most certainly not least, I unfortunately don't have a lot to say about this one because I have yet to watch it. When and if we get around to doing the closer looks, I will make sure that I've watched everything first. So I have watched the other two, but I just haven't got around to this one. Of course, what else could it be? Also for the 60th anniversary, the Celestial Toymaker. Yeah, and just let me say, I loved the return of the Toymaker in the specials. Neil Patrick Harris just chewing up the scenery. What a fun version of that character. Really enjoyed it a lot. Anyway, classic story. I have, of course, seen the existing episode of this and a photo reconstruction many moons ago. Another one of the fan-made ones I was talking about. Michael Gough just ripping it up as the Toymaker. Yeah, Michael Gough, who most viewers probably know primarily as Alfred in the 90s Batman movies. He was actually quite good at playing villains. I remember seeing him in like some 60s and 70s horror films. Like there's one called Crucible of Horror where he just plays an absolute bastard of a character. You just hate him in that. And but he was an incredible actor. And then you see him as Alfred, and he's like just the most. You want him as your grandpa, like he's just, that's acting. So anyway, he was a wonderful foil for the Doctor in this, and the whole thing where they're playing the Trilogic game and stuff like that, and wonderful. Now, I have seen the trailer for this, and I know people were kind of like, oh no, they're doing that weird 3D animation again, like they did with Web of Fear. But no, this is better, I think, and I think it kind of fits because everyone looks a little bit toy-like. You know what I mean? It also allowed them to really expand the Toymaker's world far beyond what the budget could do back then. So I know some fans are kind of on the side of purism. They just want a straight-up adaptation, as is, no frills, just animate them as they were. And I get that, and I totally get the desire for that. But at the same time, a story like this in particular, I think, gives an opportunity to do a little bit more while still being respectful of the spirit of the original. It doesn't necessarily need to be, in my opinion, feel free to disagree, a frame-accurate reconstruction of the originals. We can get a sense of that with the photo reconstructions and with the existing episode. But in this case, we get a very unique, different, and creative presentation
that, as I say, very nicely expands the Toymaker's world. And this is the only time we ever visited that world in the classic series. So, so why not have a bit of fun with it, you know? So, as I say, I haven't watched it yet. I've only seen as far as the trailer and, you know, just a little bit of fan reaction. So, definitely one I plan to check out in the relatively near future. So, so we'll just take a quick peek at the cover there. Sorry, I was going to do the close-up, and then I started babbling. So there you go. You can see, you can get kind of an idea of the style there on the steelbook cover. I love these steelbook covers, by the way, and that's one of the reasons I've been collecting them, is because you get this really cool alternate artwork, and then the interior booklets and such actually have the same artwork that's on the regular release. So you're actually not missing any artwork at all by getting the steelbooks. You actually get more. So let's flip it around and we'll take a look at the contents here. Yeah, I get much like Underwater Menace, there's quite a lot of stuff on here. So let's take a gander. I noticed it's rated PG. Oh, so intense. It's like, really? You think little kids are going to be, like, disturbed by this show from the 60s? I don't know. Anyway, what do we got here? We got episodes 1 to 4, both animated in black and white and in color. So again, they've got, like, if you want a uniform presentation, you can watch all 4 episodes animated. The only episode that still exists, sadly, is episode 4. At least it's the final episode, so you get to see how it all concludes. So that's been fully restored for this. And then you got photo reconstructions of episodes 1, 2, and 3. Audio commentaries, photo gallery. Oh, Escape Room, Team First Doctor. That's a new feature that they've introduced. Hold on a second. Escape Room, Team First Doctor. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, that's a new featurette that they introduced, and it looks like they're including them on a bunch of releases coming out. I don't know if they're just going to be on the animated reconstruction releases, or if we're going to be seeing them on the Doctor Who collection releases. Well, I mean, I guess eventually everything will be on the collection releases, but so maybe for now they're on that. But basically, what it is it's like an hour and a half long feature. Where they have cast from the story basically doing an escape room, but like a Doctor Who themed escape room. So they actually have, you know, the actors from Doctor Who were in Doctor Who, some of whom were Doctor Who, doing escape rooms with each other that are themed, you know, around, I would assume, their era and stuff like that. So this particular one is Team First Doctor. So I'm not sure who all it is. I think it's Peter Purves, and what's her face, who played Vicky. Blanking on the names right now. You'd think I would know with all the frickin' interview discs I've got. The girl who played Vicky, putting the title down there. Alright, there you go. And then, I gotta find out now. Hold on a second. The Rescue. Maureen O'Brien. Oh my god. So of course they can't have the Doctor in it, but I think it's several of the surviving companions. I'm pretty sure Peter Purves is in there. Maureen O'Brien. Peter Purves, of course, who played Stephen. Maureen O'Brien, who played Vicky. Maybe Carol Ann Ford? I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just thinking who they could possibly have in it. Maybe Annika Wills, Polly. I know she started with the first Doctor. Michael Craze, who played Ben. I don't remember. I know I took a peek at it, but I didn't watch the whole thing. I was just kind of skimming through the contents. But again, if we do the closer look, I'll make sure I've watched everything first. Anyway, this is just the update video. I'm already going way more in depth than I really need to, but you know how it goes. I like to go deluxe on everything, right? So anyway,
carrying on, so we got a featurette about making the animation, so you probably get a little bit more insight with you know, kind of their decision to, you know, how they decided to do it more deluxe and everything. Oh my god, I'm just rambling. So then you have a featurette about making the animation, so I imagine that would give you a little bit more insight into some of the creative decisions they made to, like, expand the world of the toy maker and whatnot. Sylvester McCoy introduction, that one I actually remember. And I can tell you exactly where that's from. It is from this, right here. The Hartnell Years VHS release. Yeah. So this was actually hosted by Sylvester McCoy, so the last Doctor of the classic era at the time, doing a video about the first Doctor. And this one contained essentially orphaned episodes. It had episode 3 of The Crusade, which at the time was the only episode that existed. They later discovered episode 1. The final episode of The Celestial Toymaker, which remains to this day the only episode that exists. And the original pilot episode of An Unearthly Child. Now that's the alternate version of An Unearthly Child, not the aired version. You can find both on the beginning DVD set. So that's a great collection. I have a few of the Years tapes that I used to have more of them, but I've only got a few left, which I kept because they're interesting curiosities. Although a lot of them have actually since been re-released for the first time since they were put out on VHS in the 90s on the collection sets. In fact, the very first... holy, this is tight. Okay. The very first Tom Baker set contains the Tom Baker Years, which was actually a 2-tape set. Massive collection of stuff where he just kind of gives reminiscences about his time as the Doctor and stuff like that. So, very cool. Anyway, that's where that Sylvester McCoy intro is from. It was specifically his intro for that episode. And then we have an audio-only interview with Carmen Silvera. Who is Carmen Silvera? Is she a member of the cast of that story? I will look. I will find... Carmen Silvera played Clara the Clown, Mrs. Wiggs, and the Queen of Hearts. You totally didn't hear me close the book there. It'll be showing the insert shot here. If you're wondering who Carmen Silvera is, I'm just looking it up. Oh, hold on. Carmen Silvera played Clara the Clown, Mrs. Wiggs, and the Queen of Hearts. I totally just knew that. And then finally, we have PDF material. So that's... And then finally, we have text-based PDF material as well. And there we go. So, where does this one fit in? So, Celestial Toymaker. What do we got for Hartnell? We don't have a lot of Hartnell. We've got, what do we have? We have Galaxy 4. And the Daleks in color, which doesn't really count as an animated reconstruction. But I might slip it in there anyway, just because I keep all the steelbooks together. So, yeah, so Galaxy 4. I think it's after Galaxy 4. Yeah, it's all Season 3, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, after Galaxy 4. And there we go. And I think we're going to put this there. Okay.
there we go. So we got my little Doctor Who steelbook collection going there, which is mostly the animated reconstructions. Let's just take a quick little close-up look there, and you can kind of see how they all look on the shelf. It's a little annoying that they have several different logos for Doctor Who. It's just because they've been coming out over such a long period of time. I mean, what do we got? We got like the 70s logo on Shada. We've got mostly the Jodie Whittaker logo for a good chunk of them. And then we have the 60th anniversary logo, which is also the current logo for the show at the time of this recording, on all the recent ones. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I remember the VHS releases were like that. They originally started off with the diamond logo on most of them. In fact, if you look like here, for example, the Hartnell ears, you can see has the diamond logo. Yeah, all the Doctor Who releases had the diamond logo at that point in time. And then the TV movie came out. And suddenly, everything had the TV movie logo. And the TV movie logo was basically a variant of the original 70s logo. If you take a look at the cover of Shada here, it's like that. It was basically that logo. So they started putting that on everything. Actually, even better, if you look at the spines on the North American DVD releases. The North American DVD releases used the TV movie logo, which is a variant of the 70s Pertwee era logo. So, yeah, at least with the DVDs, they kept them uniform and used the same logo for the whole thing. They did the same for the UK releases, actually, which we can see an example of here. You can see the logo, and then if we look at the actual discs, you can see they had that logo on there as well. So, but they kept it consistent. They did not keep it consistent for the VHS releases, so you had most of them with the diamond logo, and all the later releases had the TV movie logo. And now we got the same thing going on with the with the steelbooks, where they started with the 70s logo, then changed to the Jodie, the 13th Doctor logo, and now they're using the 60th anniversary logo. At least the collection line, which started during Jodie's era, have remained consistent. And I think they're going to keep the logo for those releases for the sake of consistency. Because I think the BBC offices would be raided with angry fans carrying torches and pitchforks if they changed it this late in the line. So, yeah, cool. Anyway, very cool to have the animated reconstructions up to date. I am aware, of course, that The Savages is on its way. Budget's a little tight at the moment, so I haven't had a chance to pre-order it. I also still need to order Season 7 of the collection, but rest assured, you will see those all in a future update. And, so I definitely look forward to seeing whatever animated reconstructions they have coming out. Especially excited to hear the news that they have committed to doing all remaining missing episodes. That is massive news. And that, much as we speculated for a long time, that once they do those individual releases, they'll start doing collection sets that incorporate everything. That's going to be awesome. When we finally start getting those 60 sets, they are going to be epic. I really wish they hadn't rushed out Season 2 the way they did. I feel like it was really rushed just to kind of have a 60s release for the 60th anniversary. So I wonder if we're going to maybe see a re-release of that with an animated Crusade. I don't know. But I suspect if we do, it's going to be like this. We're going to get the individual release first, and then dead last we'll get the collection set. So maybe that'll be the last release of the collection range. A properly complete Season 2. Yeah. Anyway, considering there was only 3 things to talk about, we somehow found even more things to talk about, and this has gone on much longer than I expected. Hope you enjoyed. I know you guys enjoy it when I ramble, so There you go. Got some extra rambling in today. Alrighty, that is it from me to you for now, folks. Hope you enjoyed. Until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Alright, so we're going to do a quick insert shot of the steelbooks. Ugh. If we can get close enough, should be able to. Is that about as close as we can get? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Okay. We just gotta get the lighting a little better, I think. I think if we go here. Sure, that works. Yeah, that's fine. Insert shot. Yes, the special burp edition. That's right. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, Stark Harshly says, if they do an updated season 2, I hope they just do a drop-in disc for us that already bought it. That's a good idea. I like that idea a lot. I'm going to be upgrading all my sets to the UK sets anyway, but season 2 is actually an incentive to do so because the version of the Chase that we got here in North America is still the cut version that cuts out the Beatles footage from episode 1, and actually cuts out about 6 minutes of that episode, like a lot of the framing stuff around the Beatles footage as well. Whereas the UK version, much like the DVD, is uncut. That's actually why I have the UK version, is to have the uncut version of the Chase. And also why I didn't rush to buy the UK version of Season 2 at the time. I've since kind of changed my philosophy on that. Alright, so what's that? What do we do? 2? Is that only 2 so far? Feels like I've done 10. Alright, anyway. Bring this back down. And let's see here. You guys see, you can kind of see the screen there, I think, eh? Yeah, like you can see what I'm doing there. So there's like a zoom. You see that? Where is it? There. So there's a zoom, which lets me super hyper focus. little magnifying glass on the screen. It's neat. This is a really neat camera. I'm actually liking it a lot now that I've had a chance to play around with it more. It's pretty cool. Right, we gotta move these over because are we able to stand these up? No. I had a feeling there was a reason they were laying down like that. What do we want to do here? Actually, yeah, we're going to put these up here, I think. Oh, stop it. Shit. Not enough room. We're running out of space. As we put more things into their homes, we have less homes to put things into. Here, I know what we can do. These down here. Put these here. Okay. Good, good. Oh, leave that there. Then not enough room. Oh wait. Hold on. I see a potential solution. Bring these down here. There we go. And now we have. Now we put these up here. We're just all over the map. And there we go. That'll do. It's just constantly shuffling everything around. It's like watching Groundhog Day, but live. What? Okay, sure. Special burp edition. Do. I'm just looking at the stuff that still needs to go on the shelf and looking at the lack of shelf space. I mean, we do have some. We got some space in here, some space in here, some space in here. We can shuffle things around again, which we probably will. Yeah, tiny bit of space. God. You know what I feel like I really need to do is have a second one of these, much like I did in the horror section, have like one for books and comics, one for videos. DVDs, Blu-rays, etc. Then I can divvy everything up nicely. And this is after adding in 2 more shelves, by the way. We did a lot of work on this a couple months back
to consolidate everything better. And yeah, and even having 2 more shelves, we're still like running out of shelf space. Part of it was because this top shelf here is other British sci-fi, so that's why Blake Seven's up there. We got Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We got all the Quatermass stuff, Survivors, Tomorrow People, Red Dwarf. The Starlost is there, even though it's not technically British sci-fi. It's like exactly the same production process as 70s British sci-fi. It's all shot on video with lots of blue screen. So I liken it to that because it's the same. It has the same vibe as those early sci-fi shows. But and then the rest is all Doctor Who, top to bottom. Doctor Who. From this shelf down is all Doctor Who, and there's even a little bit up here that snuck in. Crazy. That's the Quatermass section. Oh, and Thunderbirds. We got Thunderbirds in here. Yeah. The legacy of British sci-fi on a shelf. I love British sci-fi. Can you tell? Well, which one should we do next? If I do these ones... I'm going to have to shuffle things around again, because 2 of these are New Who. This is the New Who section here. And 2 of them are spin-offs of Classic Who. Wow. So a couple of spin-offs here, one of which is 100 minutes long, so a feature-length movie, and then another which is a full-blown 6-part miniseries which runs 3 hours and 49 minutes. Like, sweet! I haven't watched either of them. I watched a little bit of one of them. I'll tell you what they are later. But, so yeah, if we do that, then I'll have to find space for them. Well, actually, the 2 spin-offs I could probably slot in here. Oh, actually, no, I could put them here next to the Real-Time Pictures stuff because they're both from Real-Time Pictures. So that works. And what is that? What else does that leave? The other 2 are New Who. There's a 4K and The Last Torchwood. But I need space. I need space on this shelf because I've got the Jodie set, and the Jodie set has to go next to the Matt and Peter sets. There is space before them with the row of DVDs behind. I can shove it over just enough to fit the Jodie set in, but none of this is going to budge as long as all of these are crammed in here next to all the New Who stuff. So. Creative juggling. Oh, I think I see a spider up there. That's great. Maybe the cats will get it. It's far out of reach. I can't reach it, so. At least the kitties have calmed down. Alright, so we got 2 in the can. What's something easy I can do? Based on books.
Yes. Based on books. What's this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, so we've really just got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 updates of sort of loose. Great. Yeah, I think this 4K case is, yeah, it's cracked. Ugh. Thanks, Amazon. Anyway. Alright, I'll be back. Quick smoke break. And let's we'll pick one and jump into that one. I need my hoodie. It's chilly out there. As much as I have lots of natural insulation. You guys excited? Finally bringing the Multimedia Chronicles back. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Our regularly scheduled programming will resume shortly. Let's keep the momentum going. These aren't gonna film themselves. I just gotta refill my water here, and then we will continue. Uh-oh.
going on.
You were asleep. Church, stop licking the collar. Driving me mad, cat. Stark raving. Pardon the butt shot. Just putting the guide back in there. Church, put a sock in it. Church, stop. Jesus Christ, cat. Church, psst. Stop. Stop it. You're doing nothing. You're just licking your collar. Stop, buddy. You just drive yourself crazy. Alright? Just relax. Let's do this one. Just have to wait for Church to calm the fuck down again and stop licking his color of shame. You good now? Can I carry on? Are we done now? I twitch, I twitch, I twitch. I'm still waiting for the explanation for why it's like watching Groundhog Day. Because I'm always trying to get these damn updates done, and yeah. We're actually making progress today, like good progress. I'm happy. I'll be going to bed satisfied tonight. Oh, and some other good news. It's currently pouring rain outside, which means it's overcast, which means we might get a little bit of extra darkness before the blazing morning sun comes in. So, by my calculations, we should have at least another hour to an hour and a half to get some stuff done. all that's on there, eh? Did we do... I'm pretty sure we did insert shots for these ones, too. Let me just see here real quick. Yeah, we got that one, we got that one. And front and back, and we got that one. Okay, good. Good. See, the first night we sat down to try to do these, I failed dismally. What else is new? But not wanting to be unproductive, we did insert shots for just about everything that we're doing updates of. So, so I have a nice selection of insert shots that I can drop in throughout. With the unboxings, the ones with Mum, I was just doing a digital zoom just to kind of show things a little bit closer. But in this case, as you saw, we're actually moving the camera up and doing proper close-ups, so you get the full 4K quality for the entire video. And ideally, in most situations, that's what I'll be doing, because, you know, I want to give you guys the best quality that I can with the equipment I have. So, otherwise, what was the point in upgrading everything, right? So for things like the updates, I figured doing some nice close-ups, close-up insert shots is good, because it gives you kind of a mini closer look without doing a full closer look. We'll do those for some of the bigger sets and collections and whatnot. But then for something like a package opening, it's a little more impromptu, so it would just take too long if I was like constantly pausing to do insert shots of everything or doing it all after the fact or whatever. So we'd just do a little more off the cuff. Anyway, it'll all become clear when you start to see the final videos. I think you'll all be really pleased with them. I know I'm excited. I know I am. All right. And our battery's almost dead. All right. Well, let's let's hold on. Stop. All right, let's power that off. We're gonna have to redo our focus, but that's okay. So we're just gonna pop the battery out here. There we are. And that's fine. We should have enough juice to finish up tonight's batch and go from there. I at least want to get the Blu-rays as close to finished as possible. And then, which way does this go? Yeah, like that. Okay. There we go. And then, maybe tomorrow we can do, what do I got? I got 1, 2, 3 book updates. 2 comics, 1 of novels and novelizations. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes here. So I'm just going to zoom in and redo our focus. I find focusing on text seems to work the best. I'm nearsighted, so I take my glasses off to see close up. You probably noticed that. I take them off to read and such. If anyone's curious about my current bedtime reading, I've actually been reading Rogue Trooper from the pages of 2000 AD. Because, of course, you may be aware there's a movie coming out, which Sounds like it's going to be pretty awesome, actually. It's directed by Duncan Jones. And following his posts about it on Blue Sky, it sounds like not only has he taken the time to be very familiar with the source material, it's possible he was already a fan as well. I know a lot of folks in the UK are, grew up reading 2000 AD. And it continues to this day. It's been going for what, like 46 some odd years? Since the late 70s. I know, the mid to late 70s. And still going strong today. Pretty awesome. That's the series, that's the comic. It's a weekly comic. It used to be black and white. I think it's all color now. But that's where Judge Dredd came from. And Rogue Trooper, and what was the other one with Johnny Alpha? I can't remember. I can't remember what the overall title of those were. Anyway, a whole bunch of different stuff, and a lot of the artists and writers from 2000 AD also did a lot of the early Doctor Who comic strips. So I do have a bunch of collections I got of the earliest ones that I'll be talking about in one of the upcoming comic book updates. It'll be a Timey-Wimey Tuesday comic book update because it's all Doctor Who stuff. So I usually do the comic book stuff on Wednesdays because that's comic book release day. So go. How's the shelf is looking pretty good. It's got a corpse family in the background, looks good. Lighting looks good. Oh no, this one is off. Can't have that now.
Bluetooth mode.
Bluetooth mode. Sometimes the baffled old people who live in the building end up connecting to the Bluetooth of my light, and I start hearing like the radio coming through it or something. And it's like, wrong one again. But yeah, that has not happened for a while, thankfully. Old people. God, I'm an old people now. That's scary. 1980 was 20 years ago, right? Starting to get tired too. When did I wake up today? Like 4:30, something like that. So yeah, fortunately I haven't been like awake a super long time, but you know, enough I'm starting to feel it a bit. All right. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. So this time around, not Doctor Who, but other British sci-fi, and more specifically, a trio of British sci-fi adaptations adapted from books. Yeah, got some pretty neat ones this time, so let's get right into it. British sci-fi based on books, on Blu-ray, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. this. All right, I was about 100 pages in. Which one? Who? No, I was not born in 1980. It's a joke that people think 1980. Old people like me feel like 1980 was 20 years ago. It was not 20 years ago. It was 45 years ago. But it's about the perception of time when you get older is it's strange. The past doesn't seem that long ago to you, but to the youth of today, it seems like a million years ago. You know, I saw something recently where it was a teacher who got a note from one of his students about an essay he was working on and said, "Oh, is it okay if I use references from the late 1900s, like 1994 or so?" The late 1900s. Is that what we're calling it now? My God. That's... But I think about it, I think about when I was young. But of course, when I was young, it was the 70s. So it was, the late 1900s, 70s and 80s. And to me, the 1800s were like a billion years ago. But I knew people at the time, grandparents and great-grandparents who had been alive during that time. And to them, it wasn't that long ago. I now understand why that is. Anyway, hey, TNA Dan, how's it going? You would have loved our little discussion about daylight savings time earlier. He says, found out something that I didn't know existed the other day. YouTube recommending it. Was a vinyl shop doing an unboxing, and one of them was a classic Doctor Who episode vinyl. And good afternoon from the UK. I just try and look at time as a construct. Well, yes, exactly. Which one was it, actually? Because I know there was a few that had been done back in the day, but there have also been a number of recent releases of Doctor Who episodes in audio form on vinyl. And not just missing episodes either, sometimes just popular stories. They do an audio version of it. And it's amazing how well those work as, essentially as audio dramas, So it's no surprise that Big Finish jumped on that and just did a bajillion audio dramas. But anyway, we're filming. Welcome back. All right, first up, this is one that I picked up the book of quite some time ago. I'd been wanting to see the miniseries adaptation for a long time, but I wanted to finish reading the book first. So, first off, it's Neverwhere, Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere. Recently got a Blu-ray release. Now, this is just an upscale, to my knowledge, because I'm pretty sure it was shot on video. It was like, when did this come out? It was 1996. Yeah, so this was still like old school BBC production style. Either shooting entirely on video or part on video, part on film. So I have not watched this yet because, let me just put it here. I still haven't finished the book. I bought the book quite some time ago. It was a very lovely edition with kind of a spot gloss matte cover. Let's see how far I got. I see there's a bookmark in it. I got to chapter 5, page 107. And here's a chapters bookmark with the employee number of one of my old coworkers from when I worked there. Hi, Melinda, wherever you are. Anyway, yeah, so I started reading the book. Oh, this is actually a pretty neat edition. It has like a cutout cover thing and the spot gloss. Just really classy. Gotta love it. Yeah, so anyway, I had been wanting to check out the miniseries for quite some time. It did get a DVD release eons ago, and then as I was kind of looking for, you know, British stuff that I'd been eyeballing for a while but didn't have for the collection, I discovered that it got a Blu-ray release. So I'm like, okay, sure, we'll get the Blu-ray release. Why not? And it is encoded in 1080i, so preserving the video look of the original footage as much as possible, and looking quite good, I assume. I haven't watched it yet, but let's just quickly go through the extras there and see what kind of goodies are on there. That's where the insert shot goes. So we've got a 2007 interview with Neil Gaiman and a 15th anniversary interview from 2011. Got a 2007 audio commentary. I'm guessing that's when the original DVD came out. And then a 15th anniversary audio commentary with Neil Gaiman, Lenny Henry, and Clive Brill. Well, that's pretty cool. So yeah, as I recall, they did this as a 6-part miniseries, pretty standard adaptation length for a BBC adaptation of a book. Yeah, and all I'm going to say is, I bought this before all that news came out. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because I think everything that can be said about it has been said, but oh, holy shit. So I am in slightly less of a rush to watch that now than I was when I initially bought it, but I'll check it out eventually and at least cross that one off the list. Now, something else I got, a little less steeped in controversy. Another one that, funny enough, that I remember hearing about when I was working at Chapters many moons ago. This is back in the early 2000s. So this miniseries adaptation of this particular trilogy of books came out and got a lot of press because it was, I gather, a fairly popular series of novels over in the UK. And I think the show was the first time it had really kind of broken out over here. So to tie in with that, they reprinted the books and made them available in current editions at the time. I'm, of course, talking about Gormenghast by Mervyn Peake. Yeah, so this one, sadly, I do not have the books. I would really like to get them, though, because I really enjoyed this a lot. This one I did watch. I couldn't wait to watch it when I got it. Absolutely fantastic. Just crazy, dark fantasy. It's got, like, it's really hard to describe. But basically, the entire thing takes place in a castle that is so huge and so sprawling that basically the castle itself is a city and its own self-contained civilization. And it's about the royal family that runs everything and the various machinations going on there. So it's very dark and very quirky as well. Like the characters are very kind of off-kilter in it. And in particular, it deals with the machinations of a character named Steerpike, who starts off as one of the servant class, but wants to make his way up into the upper class and, well, essentially take over. He's megalomaniacal. Played wonderfully by Jonathan Rhys-Meyers. Just absolutely unhinged performance that is by turns, you know, coldly, darkly, quiet, and calculating, and like full-blown off-the-rails, manic, insane. But he is a scary, scary character, because he's one of those kind of unpredictable characters. You don't know where he's going to go next. And some of the stuff he does to these poor royals is just, wow, crazy. And it also co-stars Christopher Lee, yeah, in one of his later roles. I think this would have been around the same time that the Lord of the Rings trilogy came out. So Christopher Lee was very much in the public mindset again, getting all these wonderful roles later in his career. Now, the original novels, there were 3 of them, and the adaptation was done as 4 parts. Was it 4 hour-long parts or 4 90-minute parts? About an hour, yeah. So like 4 hour-long parts. The whole thing runs a little over 4 hours. And again, it was all shot on video, but if I remember correctly, the Blu-ray is encoded at 1080i, but it was shot on like really high quality video. It was widescreen. It was not high definition though. High definition video hadn't quite happened. For some reason, I don't know why exactly, but in the UK they actually switched to widescreen aspect ratio for television before they went high def. So they actually had like widescreen standard def for the longest time. And that goes right up to Doctor Who. I mean, the first 4 series of Doctor Who were shot in that format, basically this widescreen video format. And then they went high def in the middle of the specials that occurred between series 4 and 5. So Gormenghast came out a little bit before that, about 7 years before, or no, I guess about almost 10 years before the BBC went full high def. So it's in this strange sort of interim widescreen format. It still looks really good, but seeing a lot of like the sumptuous sets and costumes and visuals, you can't help but feel like, man, I really wish that they had been able to do this in full high definition, because I mean the production design is spectacular. You know, it's really quite interesting. But yeah, I really enjoyed that one a lot, and I definitely plan to pick up the books at some point. So let's take a quick look at the contents here. There's really not a lot on there, but you can at least see the pictures a little better, and you can see Steerpike himself up on the clock there. That's actually a very famous image that they used for a lot of the promotional material. Yeah, so as you can see, all they've got on there is a 30-minute making of special, and that's it. So, woohoo! Kind of unfortunate given how elaborate the production was. I would have really liked to see more behind-the-scenes stuff about it, and maybe a little bit more about how they approached the adaptation and things like that. But that's okay. The main thing is the show itself, right? And this is definitely one that I recommend if you like a bit of dark fantasy, because it really is one of the best ones out there, and quintessentially British as well. So it's great stuff. I really like this one a lot. Then last, but certainly, scratch, scratch, scratch. Then last, but most certainly not least, I got one of my long-time favorite BBC book, sci-fi book adaptations on Blu-ray. I was really excited about this one because apparently for this particular one, they actually have all of the original location film footage. So all the location film footage is proper high def and has never looked better. Yeah, I got a little bit more to say about that, but we'll get into it in a second. What is it? Day of the Triffids. Yeah, so this is the 1981 6-part BBC adaptation of John Wyndham's Day of the Triffids. This has been a long-time favorite of mine. I remember seeing bits of it when, well, actually, let me go back even farther. My first introduction to Day of the Triffids was this paperback edition, which my parents had on their shelf for a very long time, and it was given to me just as a hand-me-down many moons ago. This is actually a really early edition, too. Even has my mom's name in it, so it's her original copy from when she was a kid.
1951. Yeah, this is a 1951 paperback edition. So my mom literally had this, I guess, since she was 5 years old. Wow, and it's actually in pretty nice shape considering how much I flipped through it and how much my mom read it at least once. So I never actually finished the book, to my shame, and it's not that long of a book either. I really just need to sit down and read the damn thing one of these days. But I remember flipping through it a lot and reading the back and being quite, chilled by the back. It says, yeah, it just kind of gives like a very paperback copy kind of description of it. But I think there was a page at the beginning. No, there wasn't. There was something. I can't remember. So, yeah, anyway, it was kind of an enigma to me for a long time because I was too young to really sit down and read an old school paperback book with incredibly dense text, as you might be able to see there. But definitely a cool thing to have in the collection. But eventually, but then in the early 80s, it wasn't 1981, we would usually get BBC stuff a couple years later. So it would have been probably 83, 84. We got the original miniseries, this miniseries of Day of the Triffids on PBS. And I remember my parents watching some of it. And I was curious about it, but I was a little too nervous to watch it. So I didn't actually watch the miniseries at the time that my parents did. I just saw bits and pieces of it when it was on. I always remembered the intro, the very haunting, surreal intro with that sort of discordant choir music and the punctuated by little trailing off trumpets and things like that. It's a wonderful and dramatic, powerful drum hits, and it's a very I don't know how to describe it, but it's a very chilling score in a lot of ways, and it kind of it's off-putting in a way that just makes you feel like, yeah, there's some like big bad stuff happening here, and we're doomed. The great thing about Day of the Triffids, of course, is it's kind of a two-part apocalypse story where Wyndham did that in a lot of his stories. He would always have like sort of two key aspects to whatever the main story was. In the case of Day of the Triffids, you have these plants that are being harvested for their oil that they produce, but the catch is they are carnivorous plants, and specifically they have a stinger that they can actually hit you with and just wait for you to die, because they're not just carnivorous, they're carrion eaters. So they wait for you, so they kill you with the stinger, and then they wait for you to rot, and then they eat your rotting flesh. Kids love it. So there's that aspect to it. But then there's a meteor shower that is seen the world over. Everybody in the world, save for a handful of people that were either passed out or incapacitated in some way or asleep, for the most part, the majority of the world sees this meteor shower, and there's something in the properties of the light or something that burns out everybody's retinas. So the day after the meteor shower, the world wakes up blind. What do you think's going to thrive in a world like that? Maybe carnivorous, carrion-eating... Hey, hold on. What do you think's going to thrive in a world like that? Maybe, say, carnivorous... Oh my God, carnivorous.
What do you think's going to thrive in a world like that? Maybe, say, carnivorous, carrion-eating, poisonous plants? Yeah, that's Wyndham for you. I mean, who would have thought to put those two things together? Well, John Wyndham, that's who. So what a great concept. So it's an end-of-the-world story, but with, like, several twists to it. So it becomes a matter of being a battle for survival just against the Triffids, which are now roaming free because nobody can control them because they've all gone blind. But it's a great situation for the Triffids. Oh, by the way, they can walk as well. It's not just that they're plants, they're mobile. They can actually uproot themselves and move and then reroot themselves somewhere else. So say they uproot themselves, sting you in the face, wait for you to die, they just plant themselves in the ground next to you and wait. That is some terrifying shit. Like, wow. That's Wyndham for you. Anyway, a few years passed by and Day of the Triffids showed up on PBS when I was living in Selkirk. You know, the Multimedia Chronicles retro era? Yeah. So it showed up on PBS. I was not going to miss it. Now, in this case, the 6 parts were edited into 3-hour-long parts. So just cutting out the titles in between every other episode. But doesn't matter. I mean, nothing was missing. And I watched that thing must be like 30 times at least. Absolutely loved it. Watched it, loved it, watched it over and over and over again. And I was like, man, this is like one of the best BBC miniseries I've ever seen. It's just so good. And it has remained a favorite ever since. And, I mean, as soon as it got a release over here on DVD, I bought that DVD literally the day it came out. Could not wait. It was great. Great stuff. But this, of course, is an NTSC reverse standards conversion, so it doesn't have the same sharp color as the PAL version, and loses about 100 lines of resolution. So, of course, the Blu-ray was something that was of considerable interest to me, so I had to get it, especially hearing that they had all the film footage, and there's actually quite a lot of location footage on this. In fact, I think almost 75% of the first episode is shot on film. You know, it's almost entirely location footage, and it looks great. But with one minor caveat, it seems that for some reason, when they were putting everything together, they did not do what they usually do with Blu-ray releases of shows done the old way, meaning studio footage shot on standard def video, location footage shot on film, usually 16 millimeters, sometimes 35. I think this was 16. But and then they encode it as 1080i and leave everything interlaced. So the video footage still looks like video, the film footage still looks like film. For whatever reason, they apparently decided to manually de-interlace the video footage so it would be progressive, like 25 progressive frames instead of 25 interlaced frames of 50 interlaced fields each. And then, of course, de-interlaced the film footage, which naturally ran at 25 progressive frames per second, because that's how it was filmed, matching the frame rate of the PAL source. So what you end up with is the film footage looks amazing. The video footage looks pretty good, but strangely soft in comparison, especially when you compare it to stuff like the Doctor Who set or the Blake 7 set, or, Gormenghast, or basically anything else that was shot on video and encoded at 1080i. Yet when I played it back through Media Player Classic picked it up as 50 frames per second, which suggests that it actually is 1080i, which makes it even worse, because what it means is they de-interlaced the video footage and then encoded the disc at 1080i. It's like, well, if you were going to do that anyway, why'd you deinterlace the footage? Now it doesn't look as good as it could have. This should have been the ultimate presentation of this, but it's like half there. You know, the film footage looks great. The video footage isn't quite there. So I'm kind of in two minds about it. Like, as much as I love it, but I'm frustrated by it at the same time. But that said, it still blows away the old DVD version in terms of quality. So I would still recommend it, but just know what you're getting and understand what the problems are. There's been a lot of articles online written about those problems and a lot of just sort of fan backlash. Like, why the hell did they encode it this way? Every other release of stuff from this era is encoded the other way with everything left interlaced. So it does impact the quality a little bit. It still looks good, and as I say, it still looks better than the DVD. But if you want the purest presentation, I would say get the PAL version of the DVD, and then you'll have the best representation of the video footage. And then if you're like a real anal retentive fan, rip this and you put all the film footage back in, and nobody's going to do that. But anyway, Day of the Triffids. Let's take a quick look on the back here and just see what kind of extras there are. There really, there really isn't much. In fact, the only thing that's there is a featurette about the restoration. So you can see step by step how they ruined it. We just ran out of time. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I love when they do that, where there will be some problem with a release, and then they'll have a featurette about the restoration of it and how they, made that release. And when it's a problematic release, it's especially frustrating, especially for someone like me who understands video. Just watching them gleefully talk about all the ways they ruined it. The best worst example of that was the behind-the-scenes featurettes about Dragon Ball Z. And when they did the Blu-rays for Dragon Ball Z and showing the side-by-side of the raw film scans with the DNR to hell, oversaturated, cropped garbage that they put on the Blu-rays, and they're going on about as if it was the greatest restoration known to man. I'm like, oh my god, you even have functioning eyeballs. It looks like ass. So, yeah. Thankfully, Day of the Triffids isn't anywhere near that bad. It's really just a minor caveat with the incorrect deinterlacing. Somebody somewhere along the chain wasn't thinking, or just wasn't aware, or thought that was the best way to do it. It's like they opted to try to make everything look more film-like, you know. They wanted it to match the film footage, but the thing is, you don't need to do that with that type of material. You can leave it interlaced, and it'll actually look better, because that's the format it was shot in. The general rule of thumb is you want to match your source as close as possible to maintain the best possible quality. So in this case, really, it should have been just a bump up in resolution, but leave it interlaced, and then do new scans of the film elements, because the film elements are really what's going to benefit from the Blu-ray format more so than the studio footage. It's the same thing with Doctor Who. When you get into the seasons that they actually have the film footage for, like some of Peter Davison's seasons, for example, they look amazing. They look absolutely gorgeous. But, the studio footage is, it is what it is. You can't make silk from a sow's ear, as they say. So you're only going to get so much quality out of that. And then they get into AI upscaling. It's like, just don't do it. It's so many of those AI upscales are done by people who don't know what the hell they're doing. Just rush jobs where they leave everything on. It's like the new DNR, just rush jobs. They don't know what they're doing, and you end up with artifacts and ghost faces and just all kinds of crap in there that shouldn't be there. There is a way to do AI upscaling where it looks good,
but there needs to be a lot of manual involvement in the process. I mean, you almost need to do it shot by shot, because no two shots are going to have the same criteria as far as how the AI interprets them. You have to guide it along the way. It's not at anywhere near a stage where you can just put it on automatic and then go for a coffee. No, you got to be there and pay attention to every single shot. I mention this because some of the recent Doctor Who sets have apparently been experimenting with AI upscaling, and a lot of fans are not too happy about that. That's a whole other topic for another time, maybe. Anyway, that's not what they did with Day of the Triffids. It's just a straight-up upscale, just done the old-fashioned way, I guess. And then one thing you do have here, which is quite nice, is a collector's booklet, which gives you all kinds. This is where the real gold is in terms of the extras. All kinds of info about the making of the original production and stuff like that, and a few small photos, mostly just screen grabs, but I don't know if there's any non-screen grabs here. I don't think so. No, these are all screen grabs, so that's a little disappointing, but you know, some very meaty essay style stuff about the making of the show, which is quite cool. And there we go. So we got 3 based on books. So we got Neverwhere, Gormenghast, and Day of the Triffids. And I'd just like to add as an aside, I'm a massive Day of the Triffids fan. So not only do I have the DVD of the original, I've also got the Blu-ray of the, what was it, 2005 version? When did this come out? 2009. The 2009 version with Eddie Izzard, and I don't even remember who else was in this. Honestly, it was not great. Oh, Brian Cox, Vanessa Redgrave. Wow, I should probably watch this again. I don't remember a lot about it. I remember it being okay, but can't beat this one. I know there's the 1963 movie as well. I actually have that on VHS. That is even farther removed from the original novel. They basically just turned it into a straight-up monster movie and presented a nice, neat and tidy solution at the end where they defeat the Triffids and everybody lives happily ever after. Yeah, there's no happy endings in this. Not in the original. There were some follow-up stories written by other authors. There's one called Night of the Triffids that actually continues the story. Kind of curious about that one, but it's not the original story, you know? And then, of course, I have the aforementioned classic paperback. And just for shits and giggles, I also picked up the large print hardcover edition, which was on sale. I mean, look at the size of that print. Oh, yeah. My old man eyes definitely appreciate that. And this one I actually did start reading. I got a little ways in anyway. But, yeah, very nice. Makes it a little bit more easy to read, I think, for modern eyes than the... You notice how older books just had, like, the most ridiculously dense text? This isn't even as dense as some of them got. Like, some of them... I remember seeing some older books that are even denser, and, like... How could you even read... Did people just have incredible eyesight back then? Like, eating a lot of carrots, I guess. I don't know. Anyway... That is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. The light fixture makes my Whovian bookcase look sort of like a coffin. What? Which, well, there is a coffin in the back. There's a coffin back there. Like that is a coffin there. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I see. No, wait, I see what you're saying. Like here. Like this angle. Like there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Just talking to you from the
the coffin of British sci-fi here. Ugh. All right, well, let's get these on the shelf. Day of the Triffids. I remember talking to a friend of mine when I was younger, and he says, they should pronounce it Triffids. That sounds more evil. Triffids? No, it's Triffids. You know, notice the two F's? That means it's an iffy sound, not an ife. If it was one F, then it could be Triffids. But it's two, so it's Triffids. Although Bill, the main character in this, does refer to them as Tri-Feds at one point, which I'm guessing is sort of an allusion to whatever their, scientific name was. So, yeah. Cool. Alright, why are you not moving? Can you... There. Thank you. There. Yeah, you go here. And you... Where will you go? I guess in here? Sure. Put you there. Shit, we're out of room now. Great. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Put that next to Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah. Okay. Right. See, I got more stuff to fit in that shelf, so... Well, that's okay. We got some space in the front, so we can drop them in there if we need to. Ugh. So put these back on the bookshelf here. Stop. It's falling. There we go. And this. It'd be really nice if our heroes would stop turning out to be shitty people. The Neil Gaiman thing. Yeah. 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 Here. Here. Yes. Getting through them a little at a time. Okay. Doctor Who? Whoops. I'm losing it. Put those in there. We'll put Day of the Triffids up front because we love Day of the Triffids. Yeah. We love it. So, how many have we done now? 3? Sweet. I could call it a night right here, and that would be a good night's work, but I think we can do 1 or 2 more. God, It's like literally like people are waking up now. I can hear people walking around upstairs. Okay. Well, let's do this one. This should be a fairly short one. Only a few things to do. Here we go. Right. Oh. What am I going to call this one? I don't even know. Spin-offs. Actually, yeah, spin-offs and upgrades. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to a special Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Today I've got some interesting ones, some spin-offs of Who Old and New, and an upgrade for a little something from New Who. What are they? What could they be? What am I talking about? Find out and see today on the Multimedia Chronicles. I don't know why I did that like I was the toy maker. I'm just tired. Welcome back. Well, first off, let's check out the upgrade I got. So this is for the New Who collection. And it is Peter Capaldi's final story, guest starring David Bradley as the first Doctor, Twice Upon a Time, in 4K. Yes, the first ever release of Doctor Who anything in 4K. I guess not including the Peter Cushing movies. They got a 4K release recently. But official Doctor Who, official canonical Doctor Who. Don't get into a whole thing about the, technically the Peter Cushing ones could be made canon if you think of this. No, just don't even. You know what I mean. Anyway, 4K Doctor Who. We got Twice Upon a Time. So let's. Yeah, I might need to replace this case. Thanks, Amazon. How does this even go back together now? Hold on. How does it? Hold on. How actually does it go back together? Did we get... No. Here. There. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Anyway, at least it's nice and easy to put the insert back in. Let's put this on the shelf before it gets destroyed any further, and we can take a bit of a closer look at the... Oh my god, this is such a disaster. Wow. Okay, hold on, I think I got it. Spine? Who needs a spine? Spines are for losers. Is there seriously no spine? Oh no, there it is. The spine is there. Oh my god. Wow, like fully shattered spine. Put it in traction, man. Anyway, let's put it there, and you can get a closer look at the cover. Just a fairly basic cover of the Doctor and Bill. Good old Bill. Yeah, it was kind of an interesting finale. I don't know that I totally approve of the sort of tinkering with the origins of the Cybermen there, but I did like, and I know some people were like, oh, the first Doctor was never that sexist. It's like, well, not as blatantly, but I mean, there was some like sort of subtle sexism. I mean, it was just the era that it came in. That doesn't excuse it. It was wrong then and it's wrong now. But it was just kind of acknowledging where it came from. I think I didn't have a problem with it. Most of them were just kind of little throwaway jokes anyway. And I mean, worth it just for Bill's incredulous reactions to them, you know? I mean, come on. Anyway, let's take a look at, whoops, before I smash it anymore, let's take a look at the back there. And we can see what kind of extras are on there. So we have Doctor Who Extra, which is just a one of their behind the scenes things. 2017 San Diego comic panel and the end of an era. And there you go. But the most important thing, of course, is we've got the show in 4K, which is pretty cool. I kind of like how with Capaldi's era, they were experimenting with doing a lot of special presentations of his episodes. Like, for example, we had a theatrical showing of Deep Breath, and then a single Blu-ray release, which had some of the stuff about that. And then a theatrical 3D showing of the two-part finale of his first series, which they then put out on a 3D Blu-ray. Very cool. So, yeah. And then before that, of course, we had the 50th anniversary special, which also had a 3D Blu-ray release and was shown theatrically in 3D. Very cool. I've not actually watched this in 3D yet. I have a... here. I have a VR helmet now that I can actually use to watch 3D movies, but it takes a bit of finagling to do so. Basically, the way I do it is I need to rip the Blu-ray to the computer and run it through a special conversion that separates out the left and right images of the 3D into a side-by-side presentation that is then compatible with the Blu-ray, with the VR helmet. But, yeah, so I've done that with a bunch of movies, and it honestly looks amazing. It's the crispest, cleanest, clearest 3D I've ever seen. I have a virtual theater program that I watch them in, and it's really cool. I actually like it a lot, but it is a bit cumbersome to kind of get it all set up. But, you know, worth it. Worth it for the fun, for the experience. So, anyway, Twice Upon a Time. Very cool. So that's our upgrade. Next up, here, let me just put these up here for now. Can you even see those? Yeah, you can see them. Next up, completing a collection of spin-offs, specifically Torchwood, Miracle Day. Now, I went with the Region B version because the version that was released over here is long out of print and prohibitively expensive. This was actually quite affordable. Got it from Amazon UK. Comes in a nice slip box. Same cover for both. And same back cover for both as well. So why don't we take a quick look at the cover there. And I'll just talk about it a little bit. I know that people were kind of split on the two miniseries that ended Torchwood. There was Children of Earth, and then a couple years later there was Miracle Day. Children of Earth was the last of the strictly BBC-produced ones. The Miracle Day was a co-production with, I forget who it was, but a U.S. station. And so it does feel a little Americanized, and I know a lot of people didn't like it. Just flat out didn't like it. I actually really enjoyed it. I know I'm in the minority there, but I actually really liked Miracle Day. And mainly because, you know, they had their core concept of something happens where suddenly nobody can die. And the thing I liked about it was over the course of the 10 episodes, it explored every possible iteration you could think of somebody getting killed and not being able to die. Even like there's, you know, a scene where a guy literally gets blown up, and then you see like his eye like just in the chunks of his body on the floor, like his eye looking around, like he's still alive and he's in pieces. Like, what kind of torture is that, you know? And it goes farther into Jack and his immortality and stuff like that, and you get more kind of backstory of him. And so as the cat feeder going off, you get more backstory of him and sort of his early days dealing with his immortality and stuff like that. So there's a lot of interesting things that they explore throughout the miniseries. And I liked it. I mean, it's very dark, and I'm sure that's part of what people found off-putting. But I liked the fact that it was so thorough in its explanation of the core concept. Like, you really didn't have any more questions by the time it was over because they'd covered pretty much everything, you know. Let's wait for the cat to start licking his stupid cone thing. So let's flip it around there, and there we go. And you got Bill Pullman as Church. Stop, Church. Psst. Hey, psst. Stop it. Stop. It's enough. Church. Stop. Stop. Stop it. It's enough. Just sit. Come on. Sit down. There you go. It's okay, buddy. I know you're going crazy, but licking the collar does nothing. You're just frustrating yourself. What is this? Why is this dangling here? Oh, it's from the... Yeah, I know where that's from. Really gotta suck in the gut when I walk by there. There's not a lot of clearance. Let's redo that a little bit here. Alright, so let's just flip this around here and you can see what's on here. Quite a lot of extras on this one. It's a very nicely loaded set. So we got behind the scenes features, an FX special on Miracle Day, a motion comic, Web of Lies. That's pretty cool. I haven't looked at any of this stuff yet, so this will all be new to me. Audio commentaries by Russell T. Davies and Julie Gardner on episodes 1 and 10. iTunes intros with Russell T. Davies and John Barrowman. That's interesting, because I remember with some of the early series of New Who, they would actually do commentary tracks that were only available on streaming services, like I guess like iTunes and whatnot. And those, for the most part, to my knowledge, never made it to any home video release. So there's no physical release of those. You can only... I don't even know if you can get them on iTunes anymore, if they're even still available. So, yeah, kind of annoying in that respect. But cool that they included them on this. So, yeah, so we got intros with Russell T. Davies and John Barrowman, character profiles, deleted scenes, and additional footage for episode 3. And I also noticed that this is encoded in 1080i. Yeah, interesting. See, I have the North American release of the British series, which I believe is encoded... Oh, it's actually also encoded at 1080i. Perfect. It's rare to see that, actually, on a North American release. Usually everything's put in 1080p here. But, cool. 1080i. Good to go. Again, because it matches the format that it was originally made in. I've been saying this through all my recent updates. So, very cool. Really glad to finally have all of Torchwood complete. So I guess that means all I have left in terms of New Who. I wait for the complete Doctor sets before I buy the Doctor ones, with some exceptions. Like I did buy some of the special releases of Capaldi and Smith. But for the most part, I wait for the complete series sets. So, yeah, whenever Ncuti Gatwa finishes his run, I'll get his complete series set as well. But in terms of, the spin-offs, I guess the only thing I have left to get is that short-lived K9 series that they did, where he was in, dystopian parallel Earth or something like that. Only ran one season, but a 26-episode season, so good length there. So that's pretty cool. I'll have to pick that one up at some point, and then I'll have all the spin-offs. Church, stop it. Church, psst, stop. Church, stop. That's enough. Stop. You don't need to do that. Church, psst, stop. Stop. That's enough. Just lay down. Okay? That's enough. So, next up, we have a couple of really interesting spin-offs of Classic Who. But these are not old ones. These came out fairly recently. Yeah, check these out. So first up, we have everyone's favorite conniving slug lizard dude, Syl. Yeah, Syl and the Devil Seeds of Eridor. So this is basically a feature-length special that they did. When did this come out? A few years ago. 2019. Featuring Nabil Shaban himself back as everyone's favorite, slimy gangster, basically. And it's an adventure, a brand new adventure with him. So, very cool. I've only seen a little bit of this. I think it's done as like several episodes, like a multi-part story, like classic Doctor Who would be. But and written by Philip Martin, who's a classic Who writer. So very cool. So just take a look there. So where I got that, I was actually looking for that and one other one that they did, which I'll talk about in a moment, for a very long time. But everywhere I found them, they were just going for ridiculous money because I guess they were technically out of print. So this is from Real Time Pictures that I've talked about before. You may notice the Doctor's collection up here, which is also from them. Wonderful company that has been doing basically independent and fan productions for literal decades. So it was a surprise and a delight to see that they put out a couple of new ones recently, as we were approaching the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. So we got this great new adventure with Syl. We'll just take a look on the back here. There's quite a lot of extras on here. So, much like how I filled in the gaps in my collection of the Doctors, they happened to have the Blu-ray of this as well, also on sale. So instead of costing an arm and a leg, I think it cost me £4. Yeah. Pretty good, eh? Can't complain about that. Definitely less than I would have paid from some of those third-party sellers, let me tell you. So let's take a look at some of the contents on here. So the show itself is 100 minutes long, which I believe it is broken up as a 4-part story. So it's like 25-minute episodes. Special features: we got a deleted scene, behind the mask, so like an interview with Nabil himself, I believe. Moon shadows, designs on Syl, moon music, Monster Maker, and Syl on Wheels.
Yeah, I don't know what any of those extras are. It's just creative names for whatever they are. I assume behind the scenes stuff and interviews and such. And they got about an hour's worth collectively across all of them. So that's pretty cool. So that's definitely going to be a fun one to watch for sure. So let's put that. So once again is Syl and the Devil Seeds of Eridor. So keep an eye out for that. It does seem to reappear from time to time. And next up, last but absolutely not least, we have a very, very special one that is essentially a follow-up to one of the all-time great 70s shows, 70s stories from the Jon Pertwee era, specifically a follow-up to The Demons, set, 50 years later. We have The White Witch of Devil's End, starring the White Witch herself. What is her name? Damaris Hayman, yes, who played Olivia Hawthorne in the original story of The Demons. So coming back, in a brand new story. How cool is that? And this is not just a short little, hour-long or 2-hour-long thing. No, this is a full-blown 6-part miniseries, which runs 3 hours and 49 minutes. Like, this is epic. Absolutely epic. And this came out in 2020. So 1 year after another, they did 2 of these spin-offs, like classic Who spin-offs, back to back, which is fantastic. Like, what a treat. And sadly, Damaris actually passed away just a couple of years ago. So this, I guess, was the last thing that she did. But I think it's wonderful that they actually got her to come back, because I always thought she was terrific in The Demons. And so I have not watched this yet, but it's definitely one that's high on my priority list. So let's take just a quick look at the cover. See the lady herself right there. I mean, she looks like she aged fantastically. She looks amazing. And then if we just flip it around to the back here, we can see all the extras that are on there. Quite a lot of stuff from the looks of it. And it looks like this one gives us a little more indication as to what the extras actually are. So we actually have commentary by Damaris Hayman herself, director Keith Barnfather being one of the founders of Real Time Pictures, along with Nicholas Briggs, and writers David J. Howe, Sam Stone, and Raven Dane. Weaving Magic, a behind-the-scenes special. The Scriveners, the writers tell their story. An Evening With, panel discussion with the creative team. An unused scene, a scene that was reshot and not included. The Commentary, recording the commentary. And Lindsay's Tune, the theme song, singer Lindsay Gold, plus music video. Well, that sounds wonderful. What an absolute treat for classic Who fans, and in particular fans of The Demons. So, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to go through. And what a wonderful swan song for Damaris as well. Just such a treat for the fans. And, I'm so glad that they did that. I wish they were doing more of them, because it's reminiscent to me of... all we had in the wilderness years were these independent productions. Real Time Pictures produced a bunch of them. In fact, I've got a couple here. We have the Wartime Chronicles with Sergeant Benton. And I don't know if this one was Real Time, but, from the same sort of era, we have Downtime, which is a sequel to The Abominable Snowman and Web of Fear. And features, and both of those feature, Doctor Who alumni in them. And during the 90s, when the show was off the air for, and into the early 2000s for a good long time, there was a flurry of fan films and independent productions to kind of fill the void left by the show, not having any new episodes coming out. And so for me, seeing these appear in 2019 and 2020 was just such a treat, and I absolutely wanted to get them.
but I didn't have the money for them when they first came out, and then they dropped out of print, and it was just like, I thought, oh, I'm just never going to get them then. I just had resigned myself that I'm never going to get them. And then Real Time Pictures out of nowhere had this like crazy fire sale where everything was dirt cheap. So I just loaded up and got everything that I missed. So now I've got everything. Absolutely everything. This was the last of it. Of the updates, I kind of spread them out a bit, but now I've got basically the entire Real Time Pictures collection of behind the scenes stuff and specials and whatnot. I think there's a few other like random documentaries that I don't have that I'd still like to pick up, but you know, I've got all the main stuff like the Mythmakers and the short movies, well, and not so short movies that they did, which is great. All of it, such a treat as a Doctor Who fan. Cannot recommend highly enough. If you want to check out Real Time Pictures for yourself, go to timetraveltv.com. That's timetraveltv.com. So that's where I got the DVDs and Blu-rays from, and I don't know how many would still be available at the time of this. You see this video. It seems to me they bring them back periodically. They'll drop out of print for a while, and then they'll bring a bunch back, and then they'll drop out of print again. And they have sales and stuff every so often, so keep an eye out for those. But even the base price of them is pretty affordable most of the time if you're ordering directly from them. Yeah, so check them out. If you, especially if you like classic Who, because that's the primary focus of those, is classic Doctor Who, and they do touch on other science fiction as well, such as Blake 7 and such. So, yeah, good stuff. So there we go. We got an upgrade, filling in a gap in the Torchwood collection, and a couple of really cool classic Who spin-offs in the 21st century. Something we didn't think we'd be seeing much of anymore, but what a treat. Basically getting some new classic Who, effectively, just without the Doctor in them. Anyway, that is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Ugh. That was a pretty good one. Some good stuff in there. Some good stuff. I'll just put that there for now. And I'll just put this here for now. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a replacement case for that that 4K. It just like disintegrated it. Yeah, see, Stark liked Miracle Day as well. You'd be killing so hard with filming the last week. Oh, I know. I think Z might have got his groove back. I've only just started on the editing. Unfortunately, I do have some bad news there. It looks like we might not be able to do editing streams like we used to. Mainly because doing everything in 4K chews up so much of my system resources. I feel like if I'm trying to stream on top of that, it's just going to be crashing Vegas left and right. Already just editing a single video last night, just the first of the unboxing of Mum's collection, that crashed Vegas probably about 10 times last night while I was just trying to piece it all together. And I mean, that wasn't any more or less editing than a typical Multimedia Chronicles episode. You know, I mean, I had some insert shots, I had some overlays, I had some titles, you know, the usual. But I think it's just because the files are so massive that it was really chewing into the system resources. So something I'm definitely going to have to look into is getting more memory for the system, for the main computer. Ideally, I just want to max it out. I think I can fit 4 64 gig sticks in there, and I'd love to just do that and then not have to worry about it. I have 256 gigs of memory, which would be probably overkill, but I mean, hey, I'd rather have too much than not enough, you know. Right now, I've only got 16 in there, and that is just not cutting it anymore.
especially working with video files of this size. It's just too huge. Ugh. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got 6 just straight up updates to do. We got 2 more that would just go straight into closer looks. They'd be unboxings and closer looks. And then a third one that I also want to do as a closer look. So we're making a good dent in it. We definitely knocked it down quite a bit. What did we do today? We did the spin-offs. We did Blake 7. We did stuff based on other books, and we did the animated reconstructions. So we did 4. We did 4 today. I'd say that's a good day's work. I'm tired. I'm gonna call it a night here. Plus the sun's coming up, and well, there goes our lighting. But that's okay. I don't mind. We actually got work done today, and that's good. And had a good stream. We've been having really good streams lately, too. Just really fun. Getting a lot of new people coming in and hanging out with us, which is great. That's what I wanted. And I feel like this is only the beginning, you know. Once I start getting these videos done and getting them out, you know, I'm hopeful that'll just bring even more people to the live streams, and we'll have even more fun. And we'll probably get a few trolls, which we can all just, you know, enjoy destroying. Anyway. Oh, so much. I have so much left to film. That's why I'm trying to get at least a few done every day. I figure if I can at least like chip away at them and get like 3 or 4 done every day, then we'll be good to go. The main holdup right now is all the Doctor Who updates, just because there's so many of them. But I want to get them all done, because then I can get everything on the shelves, and then that's all out of the way. And then we can, the rest of the stuff I can do and start, and we can actually start posting things relatively soon. I just got to get a little bit more of a variety of updates and closer looks kind of in the queue. And then, you know, the idea is if I can get at least a few weeks worth up and ready, then while those are being doled out with the schedule, I can be working on the next wave, as it were, and just kind of keep going like that. So there's a lot to catch up on. Like, you guys, I don't know if you fully fathom just how much stuff I bought in the fall and winter. But I mean, that's all you can do is just like chip away, and eventually it'll be caught up, you know. So, and I'm not going to be buying that volume of stuff for quite a while, if ever again. It's more just kind of keep up with the current releases now, because that was playing a lot of catch up, getting a lot of stuff that I'd been wanting for a long time or waffling on for a long time. Obviously prioritizing the most important things first. But, you know, when your interests are like mine and so wide and varied and expansive and expensive, you know, just playing catch up can be quite a massive task, you know. So yeah, I got that, and then we will have another 7 boxes of Mum's stuff. I'm not sure when Cass wants to do those. Kind of playing it by ear right now. The other thing I need to do is start, you know, taking pictures of everything for eBay listings and stuff, and then Rose is going to help with that. I'd like to get that going before the end of the month because, well, so what we got, about 10 days. Yeah, Rose is on her sort of spring break right now, so it's a good time for her to help with that because she'll have the time to do so and whatnot.
And it's in her interest to do so as well, because obviously I'll be giving her a cut of the proceeds as a thank you for her assistance, because that's just the way I roll. Alrighty, folks, so I think I'm going to call it a night here. It has been a blast. Let's maybe do it again tomorrow or later today. How's that sound? See if we can knock out another batch. Maybe even finish them. Wouldn't that be nice? Probably wishful thinking, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, if we just continue knocking out 3 or 4 a day, I mean, we'll get through them all in no time. We're already getting pretty close. Alrighty, catch you later, folks. Until next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks to everybody who subbed or donated or whatever today. Appreciate that. Lots of new followers. Appreciate that too. And we'll see you next time. All right. Take care, everybody. Sayonara.